We are on the record, Mr. Bonds? Wait, hold on. Let me make sure everyone's here before we do that.
Courtney was having some trouble getting on. She's working on it. She's on her way.
Okay.
I'll start the live stream, but because you're now the host, you'll have to click the record button on your side. I'll still receive the file, but you have to click the record down at the bottom.
All right. One or two more minutes.
Is someone able to reach out to Courtney? She's having some issues.
All right, and Mr. Bonds, Board Member Cuddle is an attendee. If we can elevate them up to panelists.
You'll have to do that for them. If you go to the attendee section.
All right, hold on. Let me. It doesn't, I double click, but I don't make panelists is gray for me.
For
Mr. Bond, Board Member Wingfield is also needs to be switched over.
I'm going to take host for a second, Board President.
Thanks.
It looks like Board Member Cuddle may be connected through the web client and not through WebEx itself, so we can't elevate them. I'll reach out to give a call-in number.
Do you need a number?
Yes, if you could email it to me.
Sure. Done. All right. Response, is this going to be a minute? I want to get started, or acknowledgement that we know that there's tech issues?
Yeah, I think we should get started. I'll give Board Member Cuddle a call, and I'll give you host access.
Okay.
Don't forget to click that record button. Thanks.
I'm going to put the needle on the record. Okay, good evening, everybody. This meeting is unfortunately not being live streamed this evening on our channel on our network TV local access, but it is available on our YouTube page, and it will be recorded for storage and viewing on our district website. The public can participate during the hearing and if submitting a written statement using the BOE questions form on the website, and by using the chat feature of the WebEx, or by signing up for a live audio public speaks available on our website as well. Adequate written notice of this South Orange Maplewood Board of Education meeting has been sent to both townships and village clerks, the Star Ledger, the News Record, tapintosoma.net, and thevillagegreen.com. All notices are posted on the district website as well as each of the buildings. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, as per board agreement, no board members indicated they would be unable to attend this evening. Please note that Board Member Cuddle is having some technical issues joining our meeting. And with that, Mr. Roth, can you please take the roll?
Okay. Board Member Susan Bergen.
Here.
Board Member Shannon Cuddle. Technical difficulty. I will note when she arrives. Student Representative Jakai McCray.
Here.
Board Member Thayer Joshua.
Here.
Board Member Anne Marie Manny.
Here.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Board Member Erin Siders.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Winfield.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Present.
Board Member Kamal Zubieta.
Here. And welcome, Jakai.
That's
Thank you.
That's 8 voting members and 1 student representative present.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, welcome aboard. Ms. Butler, this is where we do the motion for the virtual, correct? All right, so we need to make a motion in order to conduct this one meeting virtually. All in favor? Hands high. Seems to be missing the tip. That's everyone. Okay, that's unanimous. All right, next we'll have our board recognitions. I'll turn it over to our student rep, Jakai McCray.
Thank you. On January 19th, freshmen at Columbia High School who chose hybrid learning went back into the school. Lily and I heard from students and teachers alike that there were issues with the Wi-Fi. Some people were having trouble connecting to their classes and teachers were having issues streaming. There have been reports of teachers not being in their classes, but speaking with Dr. Sanchez and Dr. Taylor, they let us know that these issues were being handled, so thank you to the both of them. On Wednesday, more students will be let back into the building. Last Friday, January 22nd, CHS hosted Grads Return. Students were sent a form that had various sessions in which former CHS students talked about such topics as choosing a college major, reducing anxiety during the college process, jobs and internships, and education. The event was received well by students, and there were no issues that haven't already been addressed by Mr. Sanchez. Lily and I are working on a survey that will ask students about their feelings on returning to school, online learning, and how they think the situation has been handled by their classmates and school faculty. As Lily and I begin to work closer, we are developing a schedule where we will alternate the days that we attend meetings. But being an alternate, there are certain meetings I cannot attend, so Lily will always be there for those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Student Rep McCray. That was a wonderful student BOE Student Board of Ed update. And now, if you have in front of you the board recognition for the month of January.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Okay. CHS would like to recognize members from the girls all conference cross country team: Kara Tianga, CHS senior, first place in the conference; Svea Wickelgreen, CHS senior, sixth place in the conference; May Dowling, 10th place. The boys all conference cross country team: Javier Casella, CHS junior, Aaron Glassman, CHS junior, Nate Lindstrom junior. From the second team, Daniel Flynn, CHS senior and the team captain; William Griffith, CHS senior. From the boys varsity cross country team, Daniel Bokus, CHS sophomore, Joshua Lee, senior, Nate Lindstrom, junior, Aaron Glassman, junior, Javier Glassman, junior, Daniel Flynn, senior, William Griffith, senior. We would also like to recognize Maplewood Middle School's principal, Dara Grinnell, or Mrs. Grinnell, who was awarded a $10,000 Roberts Award grant through the New Leaders organization to support equity and inclusion. Principal Grinnell is a New Leaders alumni, and her grant project will focus on literacy for and celebration of Black girls. New Leaders' mission is to promise high academic achievement for all children, especially students in poverty and students of color, by developing transformational school leaders and advancing the policies and practices that allow great leaders to succeed.
Thank you, Student Rep McCray. Thank you. We'll be approving the board meeting minutes for the executive and regular session for December 14th, as well as the reorganization meeting and executive session for January 6th, 2021. Any questions or comments on that? No? All right. Those will be approved. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of the audience that the Board of Education takes actions with very little comment and in many cases, a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the board, it is then referred to appropriate board committee. Members of the board committees work with the administration and the superintendent to ensure that members fully understand the matter, and after the committee discusses the matter, it is presented to the full board for discussion before any action is taken. And only then is it placed on the agenda for action at a public meeting. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Taylor. I believe you have several updates for the community this evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, this is our first regular meeting with our newly elected board members. So congratulations to our newly elected board members. It's a pleasure to work with you, and to our new executive committee team members. Congratulations on being elevated because of your peers and their perceptions and perspective of you. So congratulations, and it's been a pleasure for these first few weeks. We have several updates for the community this evening. The first update is going to be part of our publicly acknowledged settlement with Black Parents Workshop. For those who may not be aware of the litigation that took place with Black Parents Workshop, our settlement speaks to us doing things publicly and transparently and sharing information. For those who may not be aware, we do put on our websites and also on our social media pieces each month our disciplinary action that takes place within our district regarding our students. And also a part of that settlement is by January 31, we will post some enrollment data that speaks to the enrollment in our high level courses in our district. We did not want to just post this information for compliance. We wanted to publicly share this information because this is the first time that our district is at this point in our settlement piece. And so we're going to shift over to Dr. Perez, our Assistant Superintendent for Access and Equity, who will walk us through just a brief overview of the data that we have collected. We will be discussing this information deeper during our upcoming board retreat. I believe that's on February the 8th. That's been advertised, Mr. President, I believe. Yes. And the reason that we'll be discussing it deeper there, because it connects to some of our district goals. And the district goal update will take place on February the 8th, where we won't just discuss what these numbers are, but what we're doing as a district to impact them in a positive manner. So if we are prepared, Mr. Bonds and Mr. President, can you please share that information that was sent to you by Dr. Perez? And Dr. Perez will walk us through it.
Also, there we go.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Dr. Perez, I think you're muted again. There you go.
Maybe my connection. Hold on one second. Okay, so if we can move on to the first slide. Sorry about that, everyone. So as Dr. Taylor had prefaced not long ago, by January 31st, the district needs to prepare a report of our course enrollments by race and gender for all of our courses from 6 through 12. And this is going to be done for the next 3 years. It needs to be posted on our website and through our social media. I'll save all of us the time and not having to read through the entire text, but it's right there. It's exactly how it is written in our settlement with BPW. We can move on to the next slide. So the next couple of slides that we're going to be looking at are going to be identifying our racial demographics across the content areas in both of our middle schools. And I started with our core content areas, which would be the next slide. So in looking at both our Maplewood Middle School and South Orange Middle School, the legend that you see there before you, it has our white students being represented by the blue bar graphs, our Black students being represented by the orange bar graphs, and students who identify as another race or ethnicity, they are in the gray bar. At the very bottom of the graphs, you will also notice initials RG, HN, ADV. Those pretty much represent regular education, honors, and advanced courses. With regard to our math classes, with the exception of honors math at Maplewood Middle School, our white students pretty much dominate all of our regular ed, honors, and advanced classes at both middle schools. And you can see the numbers that are there. I took the liberty of providing both the percentages as well as the raw numbers in parentheses, just so that there would be an opportunity for you to see what the percentages actually represent when you're looking at the data that is before you. We can move on to the next slide. This is pretty much, narrative doesn't change here. White students continue to dominate all of our regular ed and honors classes at both Maplewood Middle School and SOMS in science, social studies, and world language. And as I said earlier, our percentages are at the top, and the numbers that you see in parentheses would be the raw numbers of the data that was calculated. Next slide. This is pretty much the same narrative when it comes to our world language at both schools. We have our white students dominating our regular ed and honors courses, whereas our students of color fall behind. And when we look at the high school, which are the next couple of slides, the narrative really doesn't change much. Again, with the exception of the regular ed classes, when we're looking at math, science, ELA, and social studies, our white students are still dominating the honors and AP courses. And the same can apply when you look to the next slide with regard to world language, industrial arts, music, and art. Here you will notice that our white students, again, are not only dominating the honors and advanced courses, but with the exception of world languages, which is slightly lower, white students dominated the regular ed classes in industrial arts, music, and art. And while it's not shown in this particular slideshow, this is pretty much the same narrative when we're looking at business and media technology. We're now going to look at what the middle school data looks like when we're looking at gender across the content areas. Okay, I'm not sure if the slide is projected because my screen is a little frozen. Can I just get a yes that we're on to the next slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So with that said, at both middle schools, our males dominate our regular and advanced courses in ELA and math. It's pretty even when we're looking at our ELA courses in terms of our honors level at both schools. Yet there are more females enrolled in our honors math classes in SOMS than they are in Maplewood Middle School. Going on to the next slide. We should now be looking at the data for science and social studies for both of our middle schools. And our honor courses are, again, pretty much even when we're looking at our male and female student populations for both social studies and science. At both the middle schools, there are more males enrolled in our regular ed courses. And then the same story would apply for our world language data, which is the next slide. Sorry about that. At Maplewood Middle School, we again have more males taking honors world language courses, which is the opposite of what we have taking place at South Orange Middle School. And looking at the final set of data that I have before you, we're now going to look at the gender across the content areas at the high school. And with this particular data, I'm so sorry. With this particular, give me 1 second. I'm very sorry about that. And looking at the language arts, science, math, and social studies gender data for students who identify themselves as either female or male, this actually varies. There are more males in our regular courses. With the exception of our AP math courses, females dominate the honors and AP courses in ELA, science, and social studies. And again, I'm not sure if you can see it on your screen, but the females are in the blue, are represented by the blue bar graphs, and the males are represented by the orange bar graphs. And then I believe we just have one slide left with regard to our gender data at the high school. And that would be with respect to world languages, industrial arts, music, and art. And our females, again, appear to dominate world language and art when we're looking at the honors and AP courses. Males dominate the industrial art courses for both regular and honors classes. And in looking at music, females, interestingly, dominate the human courses. It's pretty even in AP, and males dominate the regular courses when we're looking at music. And again, as you can see, when we're looking at art, you would think, oh, we have 100% females, but the reason why I wanted to put in the raw numbers is because we have a total of 5 students enrolled in our art courses at the high school level. So while 100% of females are in there, it's not a huge number of females that we have taking the art courses. And that's pretty much the data that is presented for you that has been taken from the data that we prepared for BPW.
All right, as I said, thank you, Dr. Perez. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Stillo, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time unmuting. Dr. Perez really made me want to have a big dog in my house. My wife and I have been arguing about that for a while. But board members, this is a brief analysis of the raw data that was sent to you. Again, I think that we were already understanding what what the demographics were going to be, and this is the compliance piece. But we're taking a deeper dive again in our district goal review to discuss the things that are being put in place and some of the work group work that I've described to you in our daily updates. If you have a specific question around the information that was shown, feel free to ask now. And around my screen here, Board Member Berger.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification on what we're considering an honors or an advanced class in the middle schools in social studies and world languages, because I was under the impression that we had removed middle school levels except in mathematics.
I'm sorry, you froze on my screen. I didn't hear the left. What is that? What is an honor course? And that's all that I saw.
Oh, in the middle school slides, there were data broken out for honors classes in social studies and world languages. And I thought that we didn't have advanced classes anymore in the middle school in anything except mathematics. So what classes are those referring to?
We'll note that question. I don't have the answer right here in front of me. For the CNI team or Dr. Perez, if you have that information, please share it. If not, we'll make a note and make it part of our updates.
Thank you.
Board Member Zubieta.
Thanks, Dr. Taylor, and thank you, Dr. Perez. I know that the board has this information, and I wondered if it could be shared with the public. The breakdowns based on race and based on gender, I think that they would be taken in perspective. It would provide a little bit of a scale if we could see what the general population breakdown was. So for example, if we were looking at race and we had Black, white, other, it makes a difference in the differentials if we know, and this is just a for example, if we know that white students compose 40% and Black students compose 50% and other composes 10%, then we would be able to calculate the actual differentials, because maybe the data is a lot worse in terms of equity, or maybe it's a lot better, but without the percentages of the general population, it's very hard to interpret the data. And so I know that we have that information, but I think it would be really great to have those same slides, but the data that Dr. Perez presented, but also the differentials.
Thank you. And during our agenda setting, as we were meeting with the executive team, we had a conversation of how deep we wanted to go this evening because of the other presentations that we have. And this could be a meeting unto itself, right? This information, it speaks to, it's such a passionate topic, and there's so many ways you can go with it. You can go longitudinal, as we've shown in previous years, where you go year over year over year. And we can also go year over year over year in the information that you're speaking about, which is the enrollment, right? Because the enrollment of our high school especially has changed over the last 5 years. The demographics are not the same. And so in trying to plan out for this particular medium that we're in now, we wanted to make sure that we were able to share with the public the compliance pieces, and then have a deep dive when we talk about our district goals, because there's just so much to go into and there's so much context. Just to give an example of what Board Member Zubieta is expressing, the percentages of Black students who go to Columbia High School has dropped significantly in recent years, right? It's gone down a number of percentage points. And so how do you know that the percentage within the percentage hasn't changed, right? And also, how do you measure students who are students of color but may not identify as Black? They may identify as multi-race, right, or other. And how can that impact this information as well? And I know one of our one of our new board members, Board Member Winkfield, also did on her own some analysis using the information that we shared. That was also super interesting, that we share within our team too. So it's a deep dive for data that we can go into, and we're more than happy and willing to share it. It's public information. But for this particular compliance piece, we want to make sure that the public was aware that we're being transparent about this particular part of this settlement agreement. But we're going to go much deeper, and this connects to multiple district goals and the work that we're doing in our work groups.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I'm looking forward to it, and I do appreciate the breakdowns because not just because we want to comply with all the terms of the BPW settlement, but also because it's important, because we need to know exactly what's happening at a very granular level. So I appreciate this first really important step. Thank you.
Thank you. And one more thing that we found in our work groups are not just high school folks, right? It's middle school folks too. And we found that some of this even goes down to 5th grade. What's happening in 5th grade is impacting what our high school and our higher level courses are looking like. Again, that's why we made it a year-over-year goal, because we know it's way more than 1 year to address these things. So thank you. Board members, we have 2 more presentations, and again, not to rush off of this very important topic, but I just want to reiterate that we're going to have time to take a deep dive into this as it relates to multiple district goals. If we're comfortable, we can shift to the next update.
Dr. Taylor, I think there are, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I would ask that if there are questions, just keep it to 1 question as we move forward. So Board Member Winkfield, then Malaspina, and then Siders.
Thank you. And I'll try to keep this succinct because part of my comment really piggybacks off of Board Member Zuvieta, which is just that, you know, I understand that this is a compliance exercise, but it is also really a crisis that's facing our district in terms of the year after year after year data that mirrors itself, that really talks about long-standing generational disparities. And while the demographics have changed, I think the risk that our students are being shut out of these advanced courses seems to maintain itself year after year. And so I think it's really important that the next time the public gets a chance to see this data, that they do see that baseline enrollment as a comparison, because what you'll see for the high school, for instance, is that while 50% of CHS is made up of white students represent on average around 75% of the seats in AP courses. And if you dive even deeper, you begin to understand that that means that those white students have a 180 to 200% more likely chance to have a seat in an AP course. And so I think having the data presented in a way that helps us to really understand the impact of that is really important for our community. Number one, to understand what the current state of this crisis is. And then number 2, understand how seriously we need to take some of the intervention measures at a systemic level around some of the policies and practices that keep these students out of these courses, but also in terms of some of the interpersonal dynamics and some of the biases that, without us being aware of them or not, are also perpetuating this data. So I'm really excited that we're going to have more time than the 15 minutes or so this evening that's been allotted for this tonight, because while we are all consumed with a return to school, when we return to school, this is the reality that so many of our young people are facing. And so this is not a new problem. It's not a problem that anyone on this panel has created, but it is a can that we seem to be kicking down the road year after year after year. And the reality is that there are children that are actually living in these disparities while we wait to figure it out. So I look forward to hopefully a richer and much longer discussion on February 8th so that we can begin to explore some of the root causes.
Thank you. And just to share with the community, because during our committee meetings, we spoke about some of these things too. And one of the things that I think was a very powerful lever, right? We're still finding levers that need to be removed or adjusted that maybe stop the flow of students or stop the encouragement of students. And so one of the important pieces that we've spoken about, and even including our board rep, Ms. Foreman, and was speaking about like the summer AP projects, right? That's why are some of the summer AP projects more difficult than the AP work itself, right? And if I'm a student like I was who worked a lot during the summer, maybe that's a turnoff for me, right? Intrinsic or not, or on purpose or not, is still serving that purpose. And so that has been a real great deep dive for us to try and identify those levers and levers, excuse my accent, that might be preventing students from taking on or being encouraged to take on, we should say, being encouraged to take on these challenges. I think I saw Board Member Wright's hand up. Yes.
So we'll get to Ms. Board Member Wright. I just wanted to get through Board Member Malaspina and Siders first, then Board Member Wright, and then we can move on to the next presentation.
I'd like to echo everything Courtney, Board Member Wingfield said. I agree with everything. I wish I had been able to see the information in advance of just seeing it now so that I could have done a little more of a deep dive into it. But I do, I'm looking forward to discussing this more in the future, especially how we are going to put in supports to fix the situation. But I do think that we need to realize that we can't, I realized my camera was off. Keith just told me that. Sorry about that, guys. But I wanted to say that I think we are already starting to do, I saw an email come through as a CHS parent about we're starting to look at enrollment for next year, classes and stuff like that. So this isn't something we can continue to just talk about. It's something that we need to start working on right away because, these decisions are starting already for our students.
Thank you for that. And that's why our work groups are not just the folks you see in SLT, right? The people who are in our work groups are leaders from our high school and middle schools to assist us in digging through some of those things that are just not apparent from a 30,000 foot view. And even some of the past practices that might have been intended well, like encouraging students to go from the regular coursework to honors and not pursue AP because thinking that jump would be too much. Understanding that practice has unintended consequences as well. Mr. President.
Yeah, Board Member Siders and then Board Member Wright, and then we will move to the next presentation.
So thank you, Dr. Perez, for presenting this information. And I understand that this information is our baseline, is where we have to start the work. So it does seem to be very elementary, but I understand that it's the foundation of the work that we need to do. I'm very interested in our further discussions about it, especially what kind of conclusions can we make from this data? What are our supports? What are we going to do to move the needle? I'd also like to see a further breakdown of our ELL, our free and reduced lunch, our special needs population. Where do they fall within this regular honors and advanced classes? How are we supporting them? I think that's another real opportunity. And I'm also thinking we want to be intersectional. We want to not only, I want to see Black girls with special needs. Let's really dig down into this data and understand where those holes are. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that part of the connection of this data to our integration work, right? That's one thing that we shared a lot during our intentional integration symposiums was helping families and constituents to understand the connection between high-level course enrollment to elementary school designation, right? That's a way of that cross-sectional of different variables and how they ultimately can impact. And I agree 100%. You can cut the data and it continues to tell a story.
Remember, right?
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Perez, for your presentation. I have to say that these numbers aren't really new and to the district, but I have to agree with my three colleagues who have spoken before me, and I really wanted to address what board member Siders pointed out as well. But at this point, it seems to me that Dr. Perez's role is at the center of curriculum, special services, and discipline. So my question is, how are we going to make sure that Dr. Perez has the proper access to information to ensure that the district finally succeeds in matters of equity? And what do we need to do to address this imbalance?
Board member Wright. No, I heard you.
We heard you.
Yeah, I heard you.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. So I would say that I couldn't talk about any personnel in this type of round, whether it be their performance or anything like that, right? And so I'm sure Dr. Perez is happy to hear that you're advocating and supporting the role that she has, but it would be improper for me to talk about that during this setting. But what I can say is part of my role, right, is to move impediments out of our talented folks' way. And so that's part of what I've been doing with all of our new team members, is helping them to prioritize what are the most important things that they have to do right now, right? You know, everything isn't going to last forever, right? So some of the updates that we've had to do, the OCR piece, some of the things that we've given you directly, the inventories, some of those things are one-time things that we can move on to more long-term pieces. So I hear you 100%. I can't really comment on it, but I just want to say, just universally, as we're moving in with the new team, part of my job is to help them prioritize what's most important right now as we move through, of course, a crisis of COVID, but most importantly, the things that we know were waiting on them when they took their new assignments, right? And so some of these things are now being satisfied, and we can move forward with other things. And we're becoming, again, of course, more cohesive as a team as well as we're moving forward together.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. I wasn't trying to bring up anything about personnel or anything. I was just wondering if Dr. Perez will be attending curriculum meetings and special needs, needs with Dr. Allegri and Dr. Friedman, that they're working, together, but nothing, like that. I was just wondering if she was involved in all of that, because we definitely don't want to fail again at this. And we want to make sure that she has everything, every tool available to her in order to get this done right. And this time is different because the Black Parent Workshop did bring this lawsuit, and they do have people overseeing from the outside that we finally do what we're supposed to do. But on the inside, we want to be sure that the position itself is important because of the Black Parent Workshop, to make sure that everything that's involved, is there. And that was it, not, trying to
I'm always being careful. I apologize. I'm always being careful.
I just want to make sure that they're all working together, because, looking at these numbers, and special needs, as Aaron, brought up, I'm sorry, Ms. Siders brought up, and the other things that were brought up by Ms. Malaspina and Ms. Winkfield, it's really, really important. It seems to me, listening to them, it seems that all of that is like a mixture with Dr. Perez there to make sure that, she gets everything she can, everyone,
So
make sure that we're in the right direction.
So
because I've seen a stagnant.
So let me tell you,
over 30 years we've been stagnant.
So I'm excited to share with you, and I've shared with the board, I think already, is that the district goals and goals you've given to me, I've given those goals and made shared goals throughout our SLT, right? So when I say work groups, I'm speaking about multiple team members here and multiple team members at the school that are school based. So on our calendars, when you see work group number 3, Dr. Alegria, blah blah blah, Dr. Friedman and Dr. Perez are also in those meetings. Or when we go to, golden, it's all intertwined as you described. What I'll say, their work, part of our emphasis and part of me being strategic was trying to make sure that their goals depend on one another. Right, we're a new team coming together, so we have to be intentional in how we're doing our planning. So I appreciate you recognizing that that there's some very important that all these talented folks work together on behalf of our kids. I agree 100%. They're all smiling because I called them talented. I think they are talented.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Taylor. I guess as we transition to the next presentation, I just would like to say that, this data does paint a pretty picture. And, we're looking forward for ways that, the administration can help both through virtual learning and in-person learning, ways that we can, solve some of these issues. So thank you.
Board President, before we move ahead, I just wanted to make sure, because I had tech issues at the very beginning of our meeting, I want to make sure for the record that Mr. Roth has me included with attendance with the tech issue. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Board Member Cuddle. All right, Dr. Taylor, next presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now have two presentations. The first one from Mr. Roth is an update on our Perkins audit. And for those who may not be aware, the Perkins audit represents a federal grant that districts in the state of New Jersey and across the country can apply for funds that support career and tech education. The next after that, Mr. Roth will go seamlessly into our preliminary budget update that was shared with the FFT committee. Mr. Roth?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taylor. Just a quick sound check that you can hear me. Okay, I lost internet for a little bit and I got it back. So. Okay, the New Jersey Department of Education, Office of Fiscal Accountability and Compliance completed a fiscal audit for the secondary Carl D. Perkins grant for the South Orange and Maplewood School District. The review covered the period from July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2019. The district is required to publicly review and discuss the findings in the audit report. And within 30 days of this meeting, the board would have to adopt a resolution and acknowledge that we discussed this in public. So that means during our February 22nd meeting, a resolution would be presented to the board where the board would acknowledge we discussed this audit in public, and any corrective action plan that we have to put in place, the board would vote on and accept. Moving on to the description of what this is about and the findings of the audit. The Carl D. Perkins grant is to support career and technical education improvements. The law that was passed in 2006, known as the Perkins Act, requires that state education agencies such as the New Jersey Department of Education monitor the implementation of federal programs by recipients and determine whether the funds are being used for their intended purpose. And that was the purpose of this audit. The good news is there were no financial findings on the audit. Some of you may have been on this board about 4 years ago. There was an audit on the Perkins grant, and the district had to return funds at that time. So we were complimented that there were improvements and we do not need to return funds. However, there were still findings. So there's additional improvements we need to do for this process. The first finding basically states that the district board policies relating to internal controls were not provided for examination on some required items. And the two policies that the board does not have for federal grants, one is called determining the allowability of costs, And the second policy that we are missing is a policy that mandates the Board of Education to disclose all violations of federal criminal law involving fraud, gratuity, etc. These are things that we've done in practice. However, we don't have a policy for them. And since we don't have a policy, that's what the finding was on. So obviously, part of our corrective action plan would be to create the 2 mandatory policies and add it to our policy manual. Additionally, they read through all the internal controls and purchasing manuals, and they noted that the purchasing manual was missing references to the most recent laws, and there were some outdated laws it was still referencing. So we are cited that we have to update the reference to the new laws within our purchasing manual.
Looks like we lost Mr. Ruff temporarily.
Oh, no. All right. I hope he was done with what he was reading into the record. Mr. President, we just give him 1 more minute for him to bounce back in.
Sure.
Thank you. And again, I believe that this is the first step in putting this on the public record and then coming back with the corrective action plan piece here. I'll give him a quick buzz to see if he knows he's not on.
What's your number that you have there?
Keith, you are unmuted, just so you know. Okay, Dr. Taylor. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. All right, Keith, I'm connected on the phone, so I'll continue through the phone.
Okay, and then I'll present.
Okay, my apologies, I just lost connectivity. I believe I was reading the second recommendation of the Perkins audit. Is that where everyone lost me?
Yes.
I believe the last thing you said, Paul, was policy, the policy manual, I believe.
Okay, so yes, after, so the last finding in recommendation 1 was to update a number of the citations in the policy manual to address the new items in federal law for grants. The second set of recommendations was concerning department purchase orders. Essentially, they're saying the district did not ensure compliance with departmental guidelines regarding purchase orders. And what the findings are specifically referring to is in the header of our purchase order, the district lists the shipping location to where goods and services purchased for Perkins should go. Under federal requirements, that is not adequate. We also need to list the location that goods and services are being delivered to in the body of the purchase order. So if we have line item number 1 that we're buying X equipment, then we should have where that equipment is being delivered to on that same line. Then on the second item, it might say provide professional development. And on that line item, we would have to list where those services would be delivered as well. They understand we only have 1 location for the programs. They said, however, there may be some instances where the district is purchasing in the future for multiple locations. Therefore, they want to see it line item by line item. So the good news is that was the extent of the findings. We will have to submit a corrective action plan for that, have that corrective action plan board approved during the February meeting, and then submit that corrective action plan to the Department of Accountability and follow through. Are there any questions regarding the Perkins audit?
Board Member Manning, I see your hand. Board Members Wingfield and Malaspina, I think these are hands from before. So if you could just, I can't lower them. So if you can lower them, then that'll help me out. Board Member Manning.
So my question is about updating our policies to the policy group. Back in 2017, 2018, we did an audit. NJSBA came in first and audited our policy manual, and then Strauss Esme came and audited our policy manual. So how did our policy get out of date, I guess? Are we not updating as new policies come in? Have we lost that process again? I know we're doing a ton of work on the policies, but I just don't want to get back to the point where new policies are being updated and we don't somehow get them into our cycle of review.
Yeah, the auditor pointed out that many districts use Strauss Esme, and what they have found is when it came to the federal grants, Strauss Esme didn't have reference to these mandated policies. So it's not that there was a flaw in the review. It's just so happens that these two things that federal, the federal grants require is something that's not in the Strauss Esme library, and that's what was relayed to me, and they suggested that we contact them to make Strauss Esme aware of it, and then they could help us proceed with getting the language together for the policy.
Okay, thank you. I just don't want to go back to where we were a few years ago, so thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Wright.
You know, I was trying to stop my hand from being raised on the little thing there, so I put my hand down when you made the comment, so I don't have any questions. Thank you, though.
All right.
Good.
Okay, we're getting through it. We're working through it. All right. I don't see any other hands on this call, Mr. Ross. So with that, I guess you can move on to the preliminary budget discussion.
Yes, I emailed Mr. Bonds the PowerPoint presentation, and I would just ask that he shares it on the screen and puts it on the title slide, and then I will just talk him through when to advance each slide as I explain things.
Okay, it's on the title slide right now.
Okay, the first thing I want to note is it should say January 5th, 2021. It says 2020 on the version I sent Mr. Bonds. But welcome, everyone. Tonight is the first of many budget discussions. And on this preliminary budget discussion in January, we're primarily going to be focusing on anticipated revenue for the 2021-22 school year. Mr. Bonds, next slide, please. What I'm going to briefly review tonight is the budget development process, projected revenue, and how that impacts school taxes. I have a brief update on enrollment, student enrollment for this year, and everything we do in budgeting is driven by student enrollment. We're a school district. That's who we are here to service. And finally, I will be showing a list of projected dates that will inform everyone what to expect in the upcoming weeks on our budget development process. Next slide, Mr. Bonds. Actually advance to slide 4. Slide 3 is just a section break. So at this point, you should be reading a slide that says budget development process. The budget development process really breaks down into 3 simple steps. I go through this every year for everyone who's new, for the first time tuning in. Typically in January, we go through a very detailed exercise of anticipating revenue for the next school year. Parts of that include determining what the maximum tax levy is. By statute, school boards can increase local tax levy for the budget up to 2%, plus allowable spending adjustments. I'll talk more about that later in the presentation. But that is the cap. The board does not have to levy the full 2% tax. They can decide to go to a lower amount, but that is the maximum amount of revenue, additional revenue a Board of Education may raise. We estimate what we believe our state aid and additional federal aid and grants will be for the next year. We identify other sources of revenues, such as interest on bond money and things. And then finally determine if there are allowable adjustments that the Board of Education would be allowed to use to exceed that 2%. And that's how we define revenue. We will be going through all of those steps in a presentation tonight. In February, we will be largely discussing cost drivers and anticipated expenditures for next school year. And then finally, when at the end of February, beginning of March, right after the governor gives his address, we usually receive our final state aid figures. We do a final calculation determining the gap between what we would like to spend dollars on and our actual revenue. And at that point, using district goals and board goals as a guide, all the planned expenditures are prioritized and the budget is balanced. So that's the basic process going through a school budget. So I will ask Mr. Bonds to advance to slide 6 so I could begin to discuss projected revenue, including our debt service and tax impact. Okay, slide 6, it should read at the top, debt service. Starting over at debt service for pretty obvious reasons. June of 2019, the district approved a long-range facility plan. Many of those plans right now are pending Department of Education review, and then we'll finally be able to bid and start the work. In preparation to award contracts, the district had to sell bonds to raise the revenue for the long-range plan. School districts sell bonds to raise revenue on capital projects. The authorization to raise this revenue for capital projects happens in a different process other than the school district's budget. We went through that process last year up through June, where the Board of School Estimate and the Board of Education approved the plan. What most people ask is, well, what is a Board of School Estimate? We're a very unique district. Not many districts have a Board of School Estimate. Most of the time, local entities, public entities will go out for a bond referendum. Our form of government, we do not go out for a bond referendum, but the school board meets with the Board of School Estimate, which is made up of members from Maplewood Township, South Orange Township governing body, and 2 Board of Education members. And the Board of School Estimate, when they meet, they vote to approve the additional funding. Since this additional funding and raising the funds was already approved, at this point for the budget, what we do is we calculate what the mortgage payment is, if you will, the repayment of those bonds are for the year, and we budget the dollars to repay the loans. We have to do it. It's already approved. There's no discussion if we should or not at this point. We're locked in by statute. And so automatically, as the debt service increases, that automatically affects tax levy, but that is outside the 2% tax cap that the Board of Education can raise for the local operating budget. And I have more slides explaining that later when we go through revenue. Please go to slide 7, Mr. Bonds. So slide 7 is a chart showing the projected debt service or mortgage repayment, if you will, for the 21-22 school year. Every row notes a different bond that was sold in the past. Some of the bonds that were listed on this slide were actually refunding or refinancing older bonds to lower debt service cost. I have a few slides prepared to walk us through how to read this information. Slide 8, Mr. Bonds. So on slide 8, I have the first 5 bond issue dates circled. Essentially, these are outstanding bond issues that the district has been paying off for quite some time, and they existed before the approval of our long-range plan. Traditionally, the district, when they needed some money to renovate a building or replace a roof, there'd be a small bond issue, and the strategy at the time was to introduce new bonding as old bonds were paid off, and that was to keep debt service level. Slide 9, please. The last 2 rows on the chart represent the bonds that the district recently sold for the capital plan that was approved June 2019. At the time when the plan was approved, our financing plan that we shared with the district was the $160 million in bonds would be sold over a 3-year period, and this was to help ease in the tax impact and keep from sitting on $160 million for an extended period of time. The school district has to follow strict arbitrage laws, and if the school district begins to make too much money on interest, and our auditors will quickly let us know that some of that interest has to be returned to the IRS. So we have to meet certain spend down routines, and we have to carefully monitor the amount of interest this bond money is earning. Slide 10, please, Mr. Bonds. So the 2 columns, one is marked principal and interest, and that's just a calculation of how much principal and interest the district has to pay back for all outstanding bond issues. And right now, the total principal is approximately $4.7 million, and the total interest the district will have to pay next year is about $4.6 million, rounding up. So the total debt service payment for the 21-22 school year would be $9.3 million. Please note this is how much money is being paid back on the note, but this does not represent how much we have to raise in taxes. Later, I will show that we are receiving debt service aid from the state, and any interest earned on bond proceeds also goes towards debt service, so the district's payment is less than the $9.3 million. The bank will receive $9.3 million, but local taxes are raised to a lesser extent because of interest and debt service aid to help the district pay this off. Slide 11, I already explained. So we will now advance to slide 12. So here on slide 12, which is listed the 2021 projected operating revenue, this lists out in much more detail than we did in prior years the anticipated revenue that we believe we will receive next school year in many different categories. Again, I'm going to go through a number of slides that will highlight each important section so I could explain it line by line. Slide 13, Mr. Bonds. So the first piece that we begin talking about is the local tax levy. Currently, the district's operating budget is supported by a $123 million local tax levy. That is the school taxes that everyone in both South Orange and Maplewood pay as part of their local property taxes, and then the municipalities pass the share on to the school district. So we have funding for our budgets. By law, the Board of Education can increase that by a maximum of 2% plus allowable spending adjustments. I will discuss allowable spending adjustments a little later on. Increasing the $123 million tax levy by 2% means the Board of Education has the option of increasing the local tax levy up to $125.8 million. If the Board of Education decides to raise taxes to a lesser extent, say 0.5%, 1%, the difference that is left becomes known as banked taxing authority, and the school board or Board of Education has 3 years to use that banked taxing authority for future budget cycles. After 3 years, it expires, and that option is off the table. Slide 14, Mr. Bonds. The next two major things the district receives is state aid and extraordinary aid. I'm hoping the district state aid remains flat, and that's what we're projecting it at this point. We've received $5.8 million this year. Next year, I'm assuming at this point we will receive $5.8 million. We will receive our actual state aid figures at the end of February, beginning of March. It usually follows 2 days after the governor's address. So before the Board of Education has to approve a budget for next year, we will have the actual state aid numbers. Extraordinary aid is a little different. Unfortunately, the district applies for extraordinary aid and is notified how much extraordinary aid we're receiving well after the budget process is over. The application starts in the June timeframe. On any given year, you could look back through older budget documents. Pretty much I anticipate $1 million coming in. Usually we're a little bit north of there. Because we don't have that figure before the Board of Education approves the budget, we're a little conservative on that revenue, and that's to avoid mid-year budget cuts. Slide 15, Mr. Bonds. Audited fund balance. This is essentially referred to as excess surplus or just surplus by many people. Last year, the school district shut down in March for the remaining of the year, essentially 25% of the school year. The district shut down due to the COVID pandemic. During that time, while we're shut down, there were a lot of expenses that just weren't realized. Class coverages were needed to a much lesser extent, less money spent on substitutes, less money spent on overtime with facility repairs. No one's in the buildings. We're able to do some of those repairs during the day. If everyone recalls, we actually renegotiated many of our transportation contracts down 10 to 15%. We were allowed to do that by law. Since the buses weren't running, the thinking was we shouldn't have to pay for fuel and maintenance costs when the buses aren't running. And so with that, the district had quite a bit of unspent revenue at the end of the school year. Through the fall, we went through a big discussion on how much of that surplus to move into capital reserve and maintenance reserve funds. Where the district ended up landing is $2 million was moved into capital reserve and $1 million into maintenance reserve. The rest of the $6.6 million is returning to the taxpayer as revenue for the 21-22 school year. So June 30th, we ended with roughly $9.5 million left over. a decision was made to move some of that money to reserve accounts. That was to keep the administration, the Board of Education's promise that we would budget for future maintenance projects to avoid large bond issues of the size that we just approved. Remember, the district is paying off $160 million over the next 20 years. When a flat roof 12 to 15 years from now has to be replaced and other emergencies come up, we have a promise to the district that we would budget and have the reserve accounts to avoid bonding. So that's what those dollars are being set there for, to prevent us from having to come back 10 years from now and say, well, we need another $10 million while we're paying the $160 million off. So the good news is we have $6.6 million going into the 21-22 school year as revenue. That's approximately $3 million more from prior years, and that was a result of school system shutting down and money not being spent as a result of that. Slide 16, Mr. Bonds. This year with COVID, the district received a lot of assistance through the CARES Act and the COVID Relief Fund. The assumption at this point is these are one-time funds and that they will not be realized again for next school year. Of course, we're hearing there's $1.2 billion possibly coming, down to the schools through the state of New Jersey. The district was not notified of that. It's not a hard number. So at this point, we're assuming any COVID relief funds are one time. If before the budget process ends, we are notified that there are additional funds coming in, we will make sure that it is noted and recorded for everybody to know. The top line where it says state/federal of $2.3 million is essentially our entitlement grants, Title I, Title II, Perkins funding, which we just talked about. The district applies to receive entitlement grants after the budget process ends. The general guidance we receive is to assume we're getting 15% less than the current year. And again, that is to be conservative to avoid mid-year budget cuts if we get a little bit less than we currently had this year. So that we're anticipating about $2 million coming in entitlements. It could be more, but again, in this COVID environment and shortfalls of revenue, we really don't know what to expect with state aid or federal aid, so it's prudent to be conservative. So we don't end up in mid-year budget cuts and overspending scenarios. Slide 17, please. The district also receives approximately $5 million in state aid for our preschool program. Just like a regular operating budget, unspent funds at the end of 1 year become revenue in subsequent budgeting years to return dollars to the taxpayer. The grant for preschool works the same way. Whenever there are unspent funds in the preschool grant, that carries forward and we have to budget it in the next preschool budgeting cycle, which mirrors the same exact calendar dates as the district's regular operating budget. So we have about $4.9 million, if you break this down, in preschool grant funding coming in this year. We're anticipating that to remain flat next year. And then the difference that brings us up to the almost $5.4 million is remaining funds from the previous year. Again, a lot of those funds were remaining as a result of school districts shutting down and services stopping. Slide 18, please, Mr. Bonds. A little while ago, we talked about reserve accounts, and what we did for this current school year is at the time when we were budgeting last year, we intentionally budgeted $1 million out of maintenance reserve towards our maintenance budget for this school year. We also last year enacted a spending freeze to generate revenue for this school year, and all of that was done prior to school shutting down for COVID. Those decisions were made back in January voted on in March, and then by the end of March, things were shutting down and the pandemic started ramping up. The district has been using those, I call them short-term tactics, to avoid employee layoffs and keep services running. However, we've been on record that it's a very dangerous thing to do because it's very easy to become dependent on those funds, and you have to generate more revenue each and every year until you snowball it into a fiscal cliff. What we've actually been doing on the last couple of years is reducing our reliance on pulling dollars out of maintenance reserve and enacting spending freezes. At this point, the recommendation is that we completely remove the need of employing those tactics. It is a perfect time, especially with the windfall of additional surplus. Typically, on any given school year, a 2% tax increase is about $2.4 million. You add the $1 million for maintenance reserve and a $500,000 spending increase, and you have about $4 million of revenue, additional revenue going into the next budget. Here with our surplus, we already see that it's $6.6 million. So it's a good time to finish weaning ourselves off the short-term budgeting tactic, finish stabilizing the budget, and by doing that, we will still have more additional new revenue moving into next year than we typically do on prior school budgets. Slide 19, Mr. Bonds. And what slide 19 shows is the total revenue for the 2021 school year of roughly $143.9 million. And assuming the school board goes to a maximum tax levy, and again, assuming the school board does not have to make that decision, they could decide to go less, the district could generate up to $147.9 million in new revenue. And that is just for the operating budget. Now I'm going to slide in debt service into this discussion. Slide 20, Mr. Bonds. So below that subtotal, we have our debt service listed. Please take note that in the center column, we have our total of $9.3 million, which on a prior slide, I showed how we break that down bond issue by bond issue. Looking above that $9.3 million total, there is a line called debt service aid. This year, the school district received $1 million from the state of New Jersey to help pay back the bonds. We're anticipating that currently to be $1 million for next school year. Notice I have an asterisk next to that number. The district should be receiving more than $1 million because we just did another bond sale. However, we don't have our actual state aid figures. We know the state's been experiencing a shortage of revenue due to the COVID pandemic. So right now I am leaving that dollar amount the same as this school year. Before voting on the final budget, we should have the actual number of debt service. I am expecting it to go up. Above the debt service line, we have a figure reading $460,000. That's the money that was generated through interest when we sold bonds. Once the bonds are sold, the funds are deposited into a separate arbitrage managed bank account so we could keep track of all interest earned on bond proceeds. Last school year, it always lags 1 year. This will show up in our audit. The district raised $460,000 of additional funds in interest on the bond money. By finance code, that gets returned to the taxpayer as debt relief and is applied directly against debt service. So at this point, it is estimated the local tax levy will support about $7.8 million for bond repayment, and almost $1.5 million as a combination of state debt service aid and interest earned on bond proceeds. Again, we're expecting that to go up, which would bring a little bit more debt service relief to the taxpayer in the town. At the very bottom, underneath the red line, it says total revenue. So the district's total revenue changes from 150.3 million to 157.2 million from the current school year to next school year. And a large part of that is due to the additional bond sale and, again, additional surplus that was left over from last school year due to the school district shutting down from the COVID pandemic. Slide 21, please, Mr. Bonds. This is a pie chart showing percentage-wise where the revenue is coming from to support the district's operating budget. Just a short 3-4 years ago, 96% of the district's budget was supported by local taxes. During the last 3 years, there's been a lot of work to increase revenue. There have been Board of Education members lobbying the state for additional state aid. The district has been receiving additional state aid the last couple of budget cycles. Administration has been very aggressive in getting additional grants. The biggest one that the district was awarded in the last 2 years was the preschool expansion aid grant. That was an increase of like almost $5 million now over the last couple of years to support our preschool program. So those, all that hard work, if you will, resulted in the district's operating budget relying a little less on local taxes. I know it doesn't feel it, but it is in the numbers, and we did get some shifting, if you will, on the burden on that. Slide 22, Mr. Buns. So previously in this presentation, I kept saying the Board of Education can increase local revenue by 2% plus allowable spending adjustments. There's 3 types of items that the Board of Education can use to exceed the 2% tax cap. 1, use available banked taxing authority. The district does not have any available bank taxing authority, so that is not an option. The other adjustments, which I've listed here as TBD, to be determined, is allowable adjustments for health benefits and enrollment. The district has never received, at least in the past 10 years that I'm aware of additional taxing authority for student enrollment increase. While student enrollment has been steadily increasing, it has never been enough from one year to the next for that adjustment, if you will, to trigger. There have been a couple of years where, based upon changes in healthcare costs, the district was eligible to do a healthcare spending adjustment. I am awaiting that information from the state to say if the district is eligible for that. I won't know that for another month approximately. So right now it is listed to be determined, but last year the district did not qualify for it. I don't think we'll qualify for it this year, but you never know. Slide 23. So what does this mean for estimated school taxes? This little chart puts it all together. By adding the local tax levy for the operating budget and the local tax levy for debt service on the current school year and comparing that, a little division, to the projected maximum tax levy and debt service repayment for the 21-22 school year, we end up with a range. The district could go anywhere from 0 to a 2% increase on the local operating budget. And if incorporating into debt service, that maximum 2% could actually increase as high as 3.7% on local taxes if the Board of Education decided to go with a maximum 2% tax levy plus the repayment of the last bond issues goes on top of that. You end up actually in a range where the expected tax impact for next year would be somewhere between 1.8% and 3.7%, depending where the board decides to levy taxes. And of course, there would be a recommendation and it would be based upon that very rich discussion we'll be having in February about expenditures and cost drivers. So no one could answer that now because that piece of the puzzle isn't in there, but at least preliminarily everyone has a range of where it may fall based upon what we currently know at this time. Slide 24, Mr. Bonds. Just a little historical perspective on school tax increase, year-over-year impact. Of course, prior to the 2008 real estate crash, it was very common for the Board of Education to be working with 5 to 7% year-over-year tax increases. Then as the new tax cap laws kicked in with Governor Christie, the district has hovered anywhere between 2 to almost 4% on any given year, depending on allowable tax adjustments. Now, in this case, for the last bullet point for the 21-22 school year, a majority of this increase, about 1.8% from debt service and up to an additional 2% for the local operating budget, and that really is yet to be determined because those decisions haven't been made. So this is just showing what the maximum would look like compared to prior years. All right, we're almost to the end of this for questions. Slide 25 is the section break for a quick enrollment discussion, and slide 26, Mr. Bonds has a chart on enrollment. What this chart shows is the district has been experiencing year-over-year student enrollment increase. In fact, this trend even starts earlier than 2007, 2008. As we're moving forward, we're losing years off the ends just so it's legible on the screen. But since the district shut down for COVID for the 2021 school year, our October 15th enrollment count showed a decline of 327 students as compared to the October 15th enrollment count to the prior school year. There's only some anecdotal information we could look into. We don't know exactly why it went down, but we have an educated guess based upon some anecdotal information. The first piece is kindergarten is not required by law. And the first thing we notice is kindergarten enrollment as of October 15th dropped by about 146 students. We know that families pulled out 55 students and decided to homeschool their child, that their child was not going to come in during the COVID pandemic. And then the rest of the student decrease, the other 50%, was various grade levels. But based upon the lower kindergarten enrollment and knowing 55 students were pulled out to be homeschooled during the pandemic, our educated guess is our enrollment decline is mainly because of the pandemic and families just not wanting to put their students into the public school system at this time, or because we were virtual for the fall, deciding to possibly go to a non-public school until things return to normal. So we do expect that enrollment to come back in the future based upon that, but we really won't know until it happens. It's just an educated guess, and it's about as clear as we could get with the types of data we get when parents are, sending in those transfer requests or just not showing up. So one of the questions that I was asked during our finance committee meeting is the district budgeting based upon a lower enrollment or as if all the students were going to return? Well, we need to be conservative because we don't know what's happening in the future. If we plan on supplies and spending and everything for a lower number of students and everyone comes back, we're in an untenable situation to fix things. So our planning at this point has to be on the higher number. And unfortunately, mathematically, it takes 3 data points to have a trend. We have 1 new data point So we really can't come up with a trend and make a better educated guesstimate. All right, finally moving to our last slide. Please skip the section header on slide 27, Mr. Bonds, and go to slide 28. This is our tentative budget calendar, bringing us through May 3rd, where the final tax levy hearing would happen with the Board of Education. Tonight, we have gone through the first presentation, which is discussing revenue. On February 22nd, again, there will be another budget presentation, and it'll be more focused on anticipated expenditures and cost drivers. After February 22nd, last year it was February 25th that the governor did the state of address. I was told that it's scheduled again for the 25th this year. I did not find anything in the broadcast alerts that I get. So somewhere at the end of February, when the governor speaks and delivers the address, about 48 hours later, the district receives the actual state aid that we're receiving. So it's not until after our February 22nd board meeting that I would be able to update the revenue projections to accurately reflect what we will be getting. March 15th, again, a regularly scheduled board meeting. That is the meeting where the Board of Education will have to approve the preliminary budget that is presented. And of course, since we have gone through revenue and expenditures, the last decision there is if there is a budget gap. We don't know if there is at this point. Usually there is a small gap because what people want to do and build programs generally exceeds new revenue coming in. And so the district has to prioritize based upon district goals and other contract obligations. Those decisions are made, which balances the budget. Revenue must equal expenses, and the Board of Education would approve that on March 15th. That gives about 1 working week for administration to assemble all supporting documentation and a large binder of information that the county requires is submitted, and the county reviews the school district's budget for accuracy and compliance with the law. By April 20th, the county will report back if they approve the school district's budget. Assuming they do, it is presented publicly, and the Board of Education does the last vote in setting tax levy. If the county or the state require any changes, the tax levy procedure is the same, except it's accompanied by or with a resolution that makes those adjustments that have to happen. And at this point, that concludes the budget presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, board members Zubieta. I guess if there's more, I just want to make everybody know we'll do like no more than 2 questions so everyone else can get theirs in. Board member Zubieta.
Thank you, President Joshua. I wanted to first commend Mr. Roth for explaining that we're trying not to use maintenance reserves anymore to fund our operating budget so as to prevent future layoffs by having a lot of prudence in regard to being financially prudent. Going forward, we'll discuss as a group the budget, and we'll have discussions about what is worthy, what is not worthy. And I want to assure the public that we will recognize that there is a pandemic and people are experiencing financial difficulties. And so while the presentation talks about a 2% increase, only as an example, not as what we're going to do, that 2% can be 0. And especially because we know that a 2% increase in a local tax levy actually means 3.7 effective rate for the public. So we will be conscientious of that. We cannot make a promise right now, but we are very aware that taxes are already high in South Orange, Maplewood. And during a pandemic, we have to be more cognizant than ever. The second comment I would like to make is that back in December, we did resolve as a board to move $3 million of our surplus into reserves. I believe it was $2 million into capital and $1 million into maintenance reserves. And again, while it wouldn't be prudent financially to move some of those funds back to our operating budget, that money is $7 million there as a balance before. So while the money is there, it's best used, in my opinion, as a rainy day fund. However, we do have to gauge what the public can tolerate in terms of raising taxes. That's all.
Thanks, Board Member Zubieta. I know you may need to leave, Rose, so I wanted to get to you, but I'm going to ask if there are any other board members who want to address, that we go to the non-finance committee members first, since they have not had the full opportunity to look at this presentation before today. Board Member Manning.
So I had one question and then one comment about the tax levy. Mr. Roth, when you went to advocate for us to be able to expand our buildings and the construction, you had to push the DOE to understand how our enrollment has been increasing. And I'm just anxious with this decrease, are we going to have to, do we run a risk of losing some of that ability to construct?
The answer to that is no. The DOE signed off on all the letters, and now at this point, the only thing that we're waiting for the DOE to do is approve the educational adequacy of the designs. But everything has been committed at this point. So once all those approvals are given, and those approvals were provided prior to the Board of Education giving the final approval for the projects. The state had to sign off, lock in funding for it, which they did, and that was at that point the point of no return for the state. And since then, we've received the approval from the community and moved forward. So that part is safe.
Great, thank you. And then a comment on the tax levy. I mean, I do understand the pressure on our community. However, I want to remind the community that we have identified over $300 million worth of repairs, that we are only fixing the most urgent 90 million in this current bond, right? It's 90 million for the repairs, and it's the rest of the 70 million for construction and a few extra projects. So I really urge the board not to think about maintenance reserve as a rainy day fund, because we have 200 million left of repairs already identified, and that's not the bells and whistles. These are just making sure windows open and all these other things. So that's just my comment on that.
Thank you, Board Member Manning. I don't see any of the hands right now, so I'll ask a question, Mr. Roth. From what I remember, when the enrollment numbers were first presented, the vast majority of that was K through 5. Is that correct? And I guess to Board Member Manny's point, as we look to construction, we're just reiterating, are we confident that that number is going to indeed pick back up in future school years?
Yes, at the time that the The plan was approved. There were, just want to remind everyone, it was 2 different professional demographers that came to the same conclusion. Also, it was South Orange Village was on record that they had much more housing, public housing coming on board, and they expect that to have an impact on student enrollment. And in addition to that, the additional instructional space we were adding was also to remove 16 portable classrooms, which, you know, they're not the best or most conducive to instruction. And these portable classrooms were put in back in the late 80s, from what I recall. So they're well past their life expectancy. So those are all the reasons why all this extra space has gone in addition to the projections and the building that was all projected just a little over a year ago.
All right, thank you, Mr. Roth. I do not see any other hands right now. Up for Member Cottle.
Thank you, President Joshua. Yeah, I used the icon thingy, but I don't know if you can see mine because.
I see you now, down at the bottom. I got you.
Okay. I got kicked off WebEx and Mr. Bonds had put me back on, I guess. My apologies. Mr. Roth, I just want to thank you publicly. I know I said this during our FFT meeting for your presentation and, of course, your passion for not just explaining but understanding and kind of keeping us in balance and on our toes. And so, thank you for that. I really do really appreciate how you simplistically break this down to ensure that all of our community members have transparency and access to the budgetary process. Mr. Roth, if I may, I know I did, I shared some notes with fellow board members this afternoon of the NJSBA county leader meeting, and one thing of note was that during that meeting, many school districts are also experiencing a decline in enrollment and are considering how that's going to impact their budget. And other school districts are also looking at infrastructure concerns with antiquated buildings and having to balance what that looks like in this new pandemic environment. And I know we're not alone. With that being said, there was a question during today's NJSBA state county leader meeting with districts about how, during the budgetary season, about being mindful about using CARES Act money and COVID relief fund money and funds, including from FEMA, as it relates to try to cover some of those kind of gaps potentially as we look at a budget season, because those funds perhaps are one-off, one-time, not necessarily something that we can anticipate in the future, though we don't know, they may be opened up again. Some school districts are trying to find other ways around that funding, making sure that they have enough PPE and other equipment stashed now. One example from Newark that was shared during the meeting was that using some of their CARES Act funding to be able to potentially expand their summer school program to help alleviate the achievement gap and support additional services for special needs students during the summer and extend the summer school session to try to alleviate any type of lag time that students and inequalities that might have happened during the pandemic. So they were looking at that with CARES Act money as part of their budgetary process. And I just wanted to raise that as an example. And also for the public, Mr. Roth, since the CARES Act funding and COVID relief funding seems to be in the media quite often, would it be permissible for you to maybe briefly explain how that has worked with our district so far and how you anticipate that to be part of our budgetary process? Thank you.
All right, well, the COVID relief aid that we received from the state and the CARES Act funding that we received from the federal government All of that essentially had to be appropriated by this time. And if you recall, there were a number of resolutions that went through showing how the district was going to use it. And there's actually one resolution for tonight because we have an additional $30,000 from the CARES Fund. So first, starting with the most recent, the $30,000 that the board would be approving by resolution tonight, that is actually being put forth towards counseling and mental health services for students. Dr. Alegria pointed out that there is a greater need, and the district's expenses have been going up for related services in those areas. So the additional CARES funding, the recommendation is to put towards that need. It was identified. The other dollars before that, I don't remember the exact dollar amounts in each category, but money was put towards the purchase of Canvas, the online learning management system, towards professional development for teachers for online learning, towards filling in the digital divide, hotspots, Chromebooks. We purchased cleaning supplies with it. Also back in the August-September timeframe, there was a withdrawal from maintenance reserve in addition to the CARES fund of about $700,000 for the air purifying equipment that was installed in large common spaces and bathrooms across the district. So that's just kind of an overview of how those funds were appropriated. So some was facilities, some supplies, some towards teaching and learning, some towards mental health and counseling services. So we pretty much ran the gamut. We have needs across the spectrum.
All right, thanks, Board Member Carter. Dr. Taylor?
I just wanted to say that Board Member Cuddles, when she was speaking about Mr. Roth, the expression she used was that this is his jammy jam, and it most definitely is his jammy jam when it comes to the detailed review of our fiscal situation. So I just wanted to put that in there. Mr. President, if there are no other questions, I just want to make a very couple of brief statements to end this section. I just want to make sure that there are no other board member questions for Mr. Roth.
I do not see any at this time. Please proceed.
Thank you. So to our members of the public who may be watching, we've been keeping a close eye on the pending weather over the next few days, and is consistently calling for inclement weather during the day tomorrow, including a lot of ice potentially. So we are releasing and pushing out now to the community that tomorrow will be a virtual day for our district, both in our schools and in central administration. And the PSAT at Columbia High School will also be canceled. Principal Sanchez will be sending out almost immediately to those impacted the alternatives to be considered for what comes from the PSAT, including National Merit Scholars. So I want to make sure that everyone who's watching is aware of that. Our board members, that's an update that we've spoken about before, and the message should be going out now. I also want to let those who are watching who had concerns around the heating system at Marshall, that again, as Principal Horn sent out to you, we're keeping a very close eye on the situation. We actually have someone in the building right now who's monitoring the boilers to ensure that the building will be warm enough for our teachers and for our students. And we're keeping a close eye on that, and we have contingencies that are also possible if necessary. Mr. President, that concludes my updates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You cut out on me. I'm not sure if you cut out on everybody else. Were you saying that it was a all virtual day tomorrow?
Oh, yes, I apologize if I did.
Okay.
Yes, tomorrow will be all virtual day across our district due to the inclement weather. The messaging is going out right now. And it's for central office as well as our schools, and the PSAT is canceled, and we'll have follow-up information for those families impacted by the PSAT.
Thank you. Okay, except that this time, we've already done the student update. So is it okay if I go to public speaks before mine, or do we have to do a resolution or something like that? Or
Joanne, you want to handle that one?
Yeah, you can just have a quick vote on it if you want to do your update. I mean, I don't know how long your update is planned to be.
I can probably get through this in 2 minutes, so don't time me.
I would just go with that than going through the whole.
Sure.
The agenda.
Fine. All right, we'll do that then. Thank you, everybody, for this board president's update. First and foremost, I want to thank former President Anne-Marie Manny being very generous with her time during this transition and being basically available whenever I call or send an email with information and answers to my questions. So thank you. It's very much appreciated. I also want to thank our staff and everybody who was involved with our phase 3 reopening. Educators, administrators, building leaders, custodians, everybody. I don't want to leave anyone out. Most importantly, time for all of us. We know that you love your profession, and we know you love your students, and we know you miss your students. And by looking at the 98% attendance rate for hybrid so far, we know that our students and families have missed you as well. January, according to the NJSBA, has been declared School Board Recognition Month, a time where residents can acknowledge contributions made by local school board members. They act as advocates for public school students as they work with administrators, teachers, and parents for the betterment of public education and strive to provide the resources necessary to meet the needs of all students. I do want to spend about a minute or so talking about our meetings and meeting in public. We did get some recent guidance, as a matter of fact, today on some of the things that we need to consider in order to do so. And one thing that's very important to note is that if we are to meet in a public session, if there are a quorum of board members in attendance, then we have to open it up to the public. And it does not appear that boards of education can limit public attendance. That inability to limit the number of in-person attendees, if we have more than 5 board members at the meeting, can create a potentially unsafe environment for the community and would go against guidance of our local health officers. So, and just also note that that's a little bit different from current hybrid learning, where class sizes are in fact limited and visitors are generally not permitted in our schools unless there are very few exceptions. And we're continuing to work with our solicitor as well as health officials to ensure that any public meeting that we held will be do so in a safe manner as well as a compliant manner. And we look forward to meeting with you all in the very near future. Lastly, as I said earlier this month, I want to continue to encourage everyone to write legislators to advocate for educators moving up the vaccine priority list. And in the meantime, as we continue to battle the pandemic, now we are in month 10 and counting, unfortunately. By the way, shout out to everyone who has a winter birthday who did not think they would still be in the pandemic when their birthday came around. Also want to encourage everybody to be diligent, continue wearing a mask, practice social distancing, wash your hands, and most importantly, stay home if you're not feeling well. That concludes my president's report. All right, and now we are at the time for public speaks. Hold on, I have to get my language together. Here we go. This is an opportunity for you to share your concerns about an item on the agenda, but it's not a time for dialogue with the board. For those participating in our audio feature, please state your name and town of residence for the record. We'll set the time to 3 minutes for each speaker and ask that you respect that time limit. We must cut you off so it doesn't appear as if we're giving anyone an advantage to share their views over. Do have the full protection of free speech, I don't know about free speech, during public speaks. However, this forum does not protect you from the subject of your free speech pursuing libel or slander charges. So we will, Mr. Bonds, I do have the spreadsheet you sent to me earlier. How do you want to go? And do you want to go that way? Do you want to go to chat first, audio first? How we want to proceed?
If it's okay, we can go right here in our Q&A in the chat and then move over to the those who chosen to reach out to us via the microphone.
Okay,
Again, if that's okay.
sure.
All right.
Yep.
Are there any
So,
students that are on the waiting list?
Do we have people who are waiting
Are
to give their
there any,
voice?
are there any students, yeah, who are participating live, essentially, verbally over the internet, not written questions?
yeah. I mean, I see 2 Q&As right now. Neither one is a student. I don't see any other hands right now. So I from where I can see, I can't tell, but I don't believe there are any students right now.
Okay. So just quickly, again, starting our stopwatch here, and we're starting our public speaks at 9:35 p.m. The first
Dr.
public
Taylor, do
speak.
you want to, I'm sorry, before we actually begin, we're going through the chat first?
Yes.
Okay, and then when we get to the spreadsheet, I can read those and then you'll be able to respond. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. So the Q&A number 1 is from Elizabeth Baker, someone who we know very well, former board member. Dear Dr. Taylor, I'm writing in response to the course registration data tonight. This data is not contextualized in the curriculum, nor compared against the demographics of each grade and school, and it's misleading. I hope it will be corrected. I think that what all folks got from that presentation is that it was an overview of the obligation. I don't believe it was misleading at all. I believe it was surface level, and I think from all of our board members' comments that we're going to take a deeper dive when we have more time to dedicate to it in our February 8th meeting. The next comment is from Kelly Piccola. Mr. Bonds, is there an updated enrollment number more recent than October? I don't know. Every day there's an enrollment number, right? Every single day. So I would say that there definitely is. We have students who enroll throughout the school year. Switching over here to the shared BOE meeting public comment. Mr. President, you wanted to read through that?
Yeah, I see a couple of hands. I don't know how we work this. I guess a hand and a question popped up since then. So how do we address that in terms of order? Do we go through this and then come back to these? Okay, that's fine.
I was going to say that we would just be careful because again, it can be rolling, right? It can be nonstop. Yep. So we addressed what was in the Q&A. Now we're addressing what we have received. There's another public speaks at the end that we can pick up everything else, so that otherwise it's just cyclical to be able to manage properly.
Okay, so we'll now move to the ones we received via the public speaks inbox, if you will. The first one is from Cindy Gingerich from Maplewood. There's been I guess I should put a stopwatch on so I know I could get this one out in less than 3 minutes. There's been a report of new cases since school opened back up. Why isn't it a requirement for staff and students to get COVID testing before stepping foot in the building on January 19th? As we all know, people can show no symptoms of COVID but can still spread the virus. You're putting people at risk, and who will be held liable if someone's child catches COVID?
So I would say that mandatory testing for public schooling, we have reviewed that option, and our health and safety subcommittee also considered that. We know it's a very complex issue, and also we know that once someone gets tested, as soon as they leave that testing area, their status could change based on who they are exposed to, especially outside of our school district. And I think what we've also acknowledged many times is that this is a very personal choice for our families. We want to make sure that our virtual learning and our in-person options are high quality, and that our families can feel comfortable with whatever their family unit decides. So again, we're trying to be careful that we're not doing a sales job to convince families to return, but just giving families information to make their own personal decision. And again, we have considered the testing options, but it's difficult to mandate testing when you're in a public school environment. And then there are also questions about the efficacy of that testing once the person leaves their test.
Okay, thank you. The next one is from Nadia Herrera from South Orange. I'd like to thank the board, Dr. Taylor, Dr. Alegria, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. Samuels for working with the YMCA to save the Montrose Y childcare program for working families. We are hopeful that we can stay at Jefferson after the school reopens for hybrid learners.
Thank you. Happy to hear that. That was a true team effort. We wanted to make sure that those families, that your families were serviced, and the YMCA has been fantastic in being very flexible. Dr. Alegria, Mr. Roth, and the entire Montrose team has worked really hard to make sure that this was going to be an available option for our families. So thank you.
Okay, the next one comes from Nicole Levitt from Maplewood. Has the district determined the conditions that would be needed to be met to open the schools full-time or even half-time 5 days a week to all students?
So this is a very timely question. As we've tried to repeat throughout this process, we yield to our healthcare professionals. And today we held a meeting with the health department leaders at both South Orange and Maplewood, along with our internal healthcare professionals and Dr. Alegria and myself, to talk about this. And we'll be sharing some information out shortly. We're just now gathering feedback from our board members and some of our internal leaders as well.
Okay, the next one is from Mary Bogue Wingfield Best, pardon me. There is a little bit, before I actually start, I just want to get some guidance. There seems to be some, not personal, but identifying information in here that might be a little sensitive. So I guess I can read around it. Is that okay? Or should I just read it?
In looking at it, the things that are personally identifying, I would try to skip over that for sure.
All right, got it. Okay.
Reading around it is the way to go.
Thank you. Hello all. As a mother of 2 children at Maplewood Middle School, 7th and 8th grade, it is nothing short of negligent that our children have not been in the classroom for 318 days. As we approach the year mark of the COVID-19 pandemic, I'm extremely frustrated and intensely disappointed that education, mental, and social health have not been prioritized for our children. Listen, when you all start doing your jobs, then you can hold my children to the normal standards of grading and attendance. But until then, it is remarkably unfair and audacious to grade children in any measure when you all have failed for almost 1 year to hold up your end of the bargain. It is long overdue that we open schools and get our children back to school. Please do so immediately. And then there are links to 2 articles from the New York Times in recent days.
Thank you for sharing. And I believe that we also exchanged emails as well. I know I'm repeating myself, but we're going to always defer to our departments of health. That's been the direction that we've received in the state reopening guidelines, that the local Department of Health has the ability to speed up, slow down, or stop in-person learning, and they are giving us guidance. We're not pointing the finger or blaming them. We are thankful for their thoughtful partnership as we try to do what is really a very difficult undertaking, to try and keep everyone safe, but also educate our kids in person if those families select to do so. So that message is definitely acknowledged.
Okay, the next one comes from Vanessa May from Maplewood. I'm very concerned about the health and safety of teachers and students in K-2 hybrid schooling. I am particularly concerned because the decision to reopen in the way that we have does not inspire confidence that the district is able to effectively guard community health. In his message to parents about reopening, Dr. Taylor argued that opening only for a few grades, including K through 2, would reduce density. My children go to Marshall School, which is entirely K through 2, and which has apparently no less density. In September, we received guidance saying that it was unsafe to open without better ventilation. Now teachers are being told to opening their windows is enough and they don't need better ventilation filters. Some are even being advised to open their windows only an inch or two. This comes at a time when a much more infectious variant is circulating in New Jersey and the numbers of infections are skyrocketing. More ventilation, not less, is needed. Experts here and in Europe are suggesting that cloth masks are not sufficient to protect wearers from COVID while indoors. Teachers have not been provided with better PPE. Unlike many districts that have successfully reopened, the district is doing no testing. Without it, and considering that many children experience very mild symptoms, how can anyone be sure how many cases we have and how exposed teachers are? Now, the boilers in Marshall School are not working. Some teachers have been teaching in rooms with windows open and no heat for over a week. This situation does not demonstrate, despite all assurances to the contrary, the care for teachers' health, safety, and mental health that we have a moral responsibility to demonstrate. The district can either provide safe conditions or it cannot. If it cannot, school buildings should not be open.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute here. Again, I don't want to repeat myself, but I think that we've shown that we have a commitment to the advice that we get, and we follow that from our departments of health. And we also follow the state's reopening guidelines and the New Jersey Department of Ed's guidance on these things. We do know that, and as we've expressed, throughout our reopening plan, that we're doing all we can, and that is what we are directed to do as a school district, reasonably everything that we can do. And that's what we have done and are continuing to do with our ventilation systems, et cetera. And I think that you can hear from the public speaks that we're hearing that there are differing opinions, strong differing opinions on this passionate topic in our community. And so we're trying to be very measured and very thoughtful in what we're doing. And we definitely acknowledge that it's not a perfect situation, but we're trying to do all that we can to, again, follow the guidelines to provide in-person options for our families. And regarding the boiler information, we did share that information via Principal Horn that was pushed out to the community of Marshall today, answering those questions and giving our updates.
Okay, next is from Jasik Sempura of South Orange. Dr. Taylor, during your interview on national television yesterday, we learned that $4 million were spent to, quote, make our schools COVID safe, unquote. I would, as a taxpayer, want to see the itemized purchase orders for the $4 million spent in public disclosure for all to review. If purchases were made for filters that cannot be effective for COVID, please advise who made that decision. Thank you for your time.
So we were contacted by the fact checker for a few articles or interviews that we do on behalf of the school district. And we were asked how much money have we spent as a result of COVID. And we sent to NBC a listing of all the things that we've done. And I shared that with the board in your Friday packet as well. And this was not a building preparation alone. We also spoke about all the PPE that we purchased, the overtime and the additional custodial staff that we have put in place, all the disinfectant that has been purchased. This is from March, I believe, till now. And we're very comfortable with putting that information forward as we have shared it with the Board of Education. And we've also reached out to NBC to share with them that we think that what the reporter stated, though it's a small deviation, it is not accurate to say that the district spent $4 million getting buildings COVID ready. That is not exactly what those what the information that we shared with them was. And again, we share with you, board members, in your Friday packet, that information about what those dollars speak to. It speaks to all of our COVID preparations and COVID responses, including all of the the Chromebooks that have been purchased, right? It includes the Canvas system that we spoke about. It speaks about the CARES Act funds that we just spoke about during Mr. Roth's presentation. There are many, many things that are a part of that number. The question for us was how much have we had to spend in response to COVID-19, and that was the number that I believe Mr. Roth was able to pull together from all the different line items, about $3.8 million.
Okay, the next public speaks comment comes from Heather Hartzell in South Orange. I'm writing to urge you, Dr. Taylor, to give us additional and specific information about when schools will proceed to phase 4 of reopening. I am also urging that you prioritize inclusion classes in grades 3 through 5 during phase 4 of reopening to allow our youngest special need learners who continue to suffer through virtual schooling to return to the buildings as soon as possible.
Thank you. As I stated before, we are working with the Department of Health, and we've been working with them to develop a phase 4 introductory plan, and we shared it with our Board of Education. Just the framework of it, and we'll be filling it out a little bit more and getting feedback from our school-based administrators and our SAT, and we hope to be able to share that tentative plan with everyone next week, working with the Department of Health over the next several days.
Okay, and our last public speech for this round comes from Liz Callahan of Maplewood. Can you speak more broadly regarding what specifically the money that went towards mental health services was spent on from CARES?
So the mental health funds that come to mind for me for our 2020-2021 school year spoke to our 3 new mental health services employees, professionals that we were able to bring on staff for each of our secondary schools. I do know that Dr. Alegria was working with Mr. Roth and Dr. Friedman on some of the CARES Act funds also being used for special services. Dr. Alegria, you want to tell us a bit more about that, please?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. The additional funds that we were looking to earmark for out of CARES for special services are around related services so that we can continue to work to add some additional related services and make-up services and compensatory services. Just as you were explaining, Dr. Taylor, a lot of the mental health funds have been used for those 3 additional staff members that we've brought into the district. And we've also, have a large number of social work interns that are supporting us. We're not paying for them, but they are support to the district in terms of mental health support, especially during this very crucial time.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, please. No, I was going to just say I know just for the public record, I have the list here that Mr. Roth brought to our attention regarding the $3.8 million. And just for the public record, I'll read it into the record here. This includes the cost for us to improve air quality. So the air purifiers, the filters and HVAC work, to hire the additional permanent subs that have been assigned to each of our schools to support during hybrid learning, the hiring of additional transportation aides because of the social distancing and COVID requirements that we have to reduce the density on our buses, hiring additional custodial staff, the purchasing of PPEs, the purchasing of our Canvas learning management system, providing PD to our teachers on how to use Canvas and how to provide virtual learning, the purchase of hotspots and Chromebooks for students, the purchase of supplies, meaning wipes, hand sanitizer, disinfectant, plexiglass, and furniture, and providing additional support services. So just wanted to make sure I put that on the public record for everyone.
Okay, thanks. And just to confirm, everything that came in after we started will be part of the second public speaks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that does conclude our first public speaks. We'll now move on to our committee reports.
Board President, you
yes.
also have the submissions for the audio comments as well.
Okay, we never got to those, did we? Okay, so let's get to those now.
You're muted.
I don't see any
apologies.
audio on
I
my
don't see them,
side.
so yeah, 'cause I don't. How do I know it's an audio? I guess that's my question.
Yep, so there's a second spreadsheet that says the date, and it says
Okay.
BOE public comments.
There's a second spreadsheet.
Yeah, I'll resend it to you. Or if you like, I can go through the list and unmute people as.
Yeah, just in the interest of time, can you just go through it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
As we're going through this pause, I just wanted to reiterate for that tomorrow again is a virtual day. There was some question from the middle school around, is the virtual day going to follow our Friday schedule or tomorrow's schedule or our normal Tuesday hybrid schedule? So we'll have each of those schools send out that information to those families under separate cover.
Okay. The first person is community member Murtaugh.
Hi, can you hear me? Can
Yes,
you
we
hear me?
can.
Great. Oh, thank you. Okay, are you ready for me to start?
Yes, I believe they are.
Okay, thank you. I was devastated when the district reopened. I understand you are guided by state mandates and that the principal opens schools unless controls your decisions. That unless kept schools closed through December. You kept schools closed in September when cases were low because filtration and ventilation were inadequate. You couldn't just enter the schools, open windows, and hope for the best. That would have been unsafe. You extended the closure in November because ventilation work was not complete. Again, open windows were not a safe solution. Now, cases are surging and a highly contagious variant is circulating. Filtration is still inadequate and work to improve ventilation is incomplete. There are rooms with no working univents where teachers are being told to just open windows and hope for the best. If we couldn't do that safely in September, we certainly can't do it now. Schools should have stayed closed, and at the very least, I think you should have afforded teachers the opportunity to be vaccinated. But now you are open, and the implementation of the reopening has shown a lack of protection and care for teachers. I am asking you to implement the following 5 protections. 1, immediately shut all classrooms without a working univent. If open windows provided enough protection, you would have opened in September. They don't. Teachers should be moved to functioning rooms, and if none are available, they should teach virtually until a functioning room is ready. While you're at it, you should also shut all rooms without functioning heat. 2, in order to fully implement number 1, survey every teacher about the status of their heat, univents, and windows. Waiting for teachers to file maintenance requests and work through the chain of command is not acceptable at this time. You need to know now about issues from the teachers in the rooms. 3, you adjusted the reopening plan to reduce the number of classes in buildings. Marshall, Montrose, and the Annex have all classes present. Teachers at these schools have inferior protection. You should figure out how to implement this same strategy at these schools or keep them remote. Please do not keep asserting that the reduced population is enough mitigation. If it were, you would not have adjusted your plan for every other school in the district. 4, stop sending specialists to every class. The risk to the specialist and the potential risk to the entire school should the specialist contract COVID is reckless. 5, finally, and most importantly, implement pooled testing, which has been implemented in public districts and gives a snapshot of a school community, not an individual at a specific time. I understand these are difficult times, that many children are happy to be back in school, but their happiness is not justified at any cost. Despite great anxieties and marked risks, our teachers have continued to show up for our students. We need to do a much better job showing up for them. Thank you.
Okay, the next community member is community member Kelly Harris. And community member Harris, you are unmuted.
Thank you, guys. Good evening. I apologize if I'm going to start off slow. This is usually past my bedtime a little bit. So thank you. I want to start off by saying thank you so much for everything that Dr. Taylor, the Board of Ed, the teachers, the school administrators, Mrs. Grinnell, have been doing. I'm Kelly Harris. I'm a parent of a 7th grade student, my daughter Kate, but I'm also co-president of the HSA. I've had the pleasure of meeting and talking with a lot of you. For those that aren't familiar with Maplewood Middle School, we have the second highest number of students behind Columbia High School. It's also a building that serves high need population, and yet the perception at least continues to be that it's not a priority for the district. This is not a conversation about students getting back to school and teachers, et cetera. I support everyone. It's about the actual prioritization of our building. Unfortunately, this is not unique to the pandemic. Pre-COVID, I was shocked by the amount of time it took to fix the elevator. This is a school with students with real physical disabilities, and it wasn't prioritized. Now, post-COVID, again, it's the building with the most broken motors. At best, it's non-feasance or misfeasance, but at worst, it's possibly malfeasance. And so I really would like to understand who is actually accountable. The school was empty, and now there are people scrambling to try to fix these vents and these motors, and there's students and teachers in the building. To quote Ms. Malaspina from October after the debacle, she said, "We need to understand exactly what happened, understand what steps the district is taking to address these issues." I would like to understand, who is accountable and how or if Maplewood Middle School has been prioritized, or if it was at the bottom of the list after Montrose and the annex, for example.
I'll respond at the very end of all the public comment.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Taylor. Really appreciate it. Please don't quit yet. I'm keeping going.
Also, just a note for the public, we are limited, as we said before, to 3 minutes. I know it's easier when it's one of us reading, but we just want to be mindful of that as well. No one has gone over yet, just saying now.
The next community member is community member Eileen Pizzurro, I believe that is, and Eileen, you are unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bonds. My name is Eileen Pizzurro, and I am the parent of 2 5th graders at Jefferson and a 1st grader at Marshall School. And I have a lot of things to say about a lot of different things, but I'm going to confine my remarks to what's going on at Marshall. And I understand that as part of his update, Dr. Taylor mentioned that Principal Horn had sent a communication out to the Marshall community, letting us know about the broken boilers in the school. And while we did get that communication probably right before this meeting started, the community was not made aware before tonight. And it has been going on for at least the week that the teachers have been back in the building. And it is my understanding that it is against New Jersey Department of Health regulations that the heat is not to the level of at least 68 degrees. I understand that we are in the middle of a pandemic, and in order to make the rooms even remotely safe, the windows have to be open, but it is unacceptable for it to be 50 degrees in a building. And I understand that the communication, and in Dr. Taylor's update, he mentioned that they are working on contingencies and that school won't be open tomorrow. So at least the teachers and the students don't have to worry about this in the immediate term for tomorrow. But I understand that this is not a conversation with the board, but I know that a lot of the Marshall community and the teachers in that school and the students in that school would like to know what those contingencies are and understand what will happen if the building is not able to be heated to an acceptable degree, because it is unacceptable to make teachers teach in that environment, and it is unacceptable to make students learn in that environment. And neither is being done well when they are freezing, and that building in a normal time would be closed because it was 50 degrees in that building. Thank you very much for your time.
The next community member is Michael Ferguson, but I do not see that name on the list of participants. The next community member is community member Malia Herman. Community Member Herman, you are unmuted.
Hi, thank you so much. This is Malia Herman. I'm from Maplewood. Dr. Taylor and members of the Board of Education, on behalf of the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, we want to acknowledge you for reopening schools this month to students, including those with special needs, specifically those in self-contained classes and selected pull-out resource room, both of which are receiving instruction 4 days a week. However, many special needs children in our community continue to struggle daily with virtual learning. Some are in inclusion classes in grade 3 and above, so the delay in the phase 4 opening has impacted these children. Others are virtual students who must now transition to receiving fewer instructional hours a week, with supports that still don't come close to what they would have received in normal times. These children deserve your attention and priority. Therefore, we urge you to prioritize bringing inclusion classes in grades 3 to 5, 7 to 8, and 10 to 12 back to buildings as soon as safely possible. Additionally, we urge you to find a way to provide more for our families who remain virtual. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to your response.
The last comment is from Community Member Liz Callahan. I do not see that name on the participant list. I do see a Michael Callahan. Okay, that's the remainder of the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Great job being a moderator there. Much appreciated. And most importantly, I'm really happy that we have live public speaks during this time. It's hard for the board president or myself to relay the passion that folks have about really important topics when we have these conversations. And for those who don't normally watch our board meetings or attend our board meetings back when they were in person, we take the time personally to respond to each of these public speaks because we want to make sure that you leave with information. While we're not obligated to do so, we choose to do so because we think it creates a better relationship with our community. So I'll go down my list that I have here of the live public speaks that we just heard. The first one spoke about delaying or pausing our reopening where we are now and stopping in-person learning and giving more time for our facilities and granularly speaking to teachers and not using our school dude platform that allows teachers and schools to submit what is working and what is not working. The person also spoke about I'm sorry, here, my notes. The person also spoke about repairs not being completed and stopping until every single filter is in place and every single motor has been installed. That frame of mind is most definitely acknowledged. I think that in an ideal setting, we would want to do that. But one thing that we have to acknowledge is that our repairs are cyclical. When things get repaired, they may not stay repaired. That's the reason why my predecessor and our board's predecessors sought out the very generous, $160 million repairs for our buildings. These systems are very old and antiquated, some 70 years old, some maybe even older. And so we're trying to do all we can to open our schools, knowing that they will never be perfect because we don't have the time or the dollars to spend $160 million right now to impact our kids who need us right now. We're taking all the precautions that we can. We're involving health professionals in this. And again, we understand. The next speaker spoke about Marshall and the the temperature control issues there. And when did that message go out? I actually personally visited Marshall today, as I also did last week, and I spoke directly with the principal about the concerns there. And we had a chance to sit down and strategize. Mr. Roth and our facilities team have been working diligently with our architect to determine contingency plans. We're not able to share all those plans right now because right now we're in the middle of one plan. Someone is there monitoring to make sure that that building is heating and that the heating will continue throughout the day when students return to that building. We definitely acknowledge that some of those rooms were too cold. And I was also told by the principal that this is not a first time concern, right? That over many years in that building, that there have been ongoing heat control issues. So similar to our response to the first comment, these are not new, easy fixes for us. And as part of the state's direction to us, we're to do all we can within reason, and we are doing that to the concern from well, to the acknowledgement and concern from CPAC. We definitely thank you for that. Dr. Alegria, as you know, has a monthly meeting and also newsletter that is directed to special services families in particular for their granular needs. I also personally meet with CPAC on a quarterly basis to follow up with their needs, but it's never complete, right? Just because we have, in our phase 3, we have our students, some of our students in the building, it's not complete until every family has all that we can offer. So we definitely acknowledge that. Regarding Maplewood Middle School and the prioritization of Maplewood Middle, Maplewood Middle has a bit of a unique circumstance because out of all of our schools, they had the most motors that needed to be repaired in their system. I mean, as you stated, they also have the second largest enrollment. And so though we have only a fraction of the students who are in person, that has been a big priority. But the turnaround of repairing motors in factories, we have no control over that. So while it may appear that they have the most rooms incomplete, we can't finish them until the motors are returned from the factory. It's not a matter of prioritizing. We are in constant conversation with Principal Grinnell, and regarding past prioritization, I can't really speak to that. I can just say that that whenever the principal reaches out to us, we are being very responsive. As a matter of fact, she just texted me about the schedule for kids for tomorrow, right? Like, following up on that. The request that I'm not going to quit. I'm not a quitter. I'm here to work and here to work with this fantastic team and this fantastic board. Once the pandemic is over, we're not going to know what to do with all the time that we're going to have to really focus in on these great initiatives that are generational in nature. So those are some brief comments, but just please know that we have as the highest priority right now making sure that the Marshall students and teachers have the appropriate heat in their building. And if it is not appropriate, we do have steps that we can take to ensure that. And as they are needed, we will communicate them. Mr. President, that concludes my responses.
Great, thanks, Dr. Taylor. We will now move to the committee reports. So we'll start with, we'll go alphabetically by committee. So we'll start with curriculum instruction with Board Member Siders, then finance with Board Member Wright, personnel with Board Member Manny, and then back to Board Member Siders for policy. So Board Member Siders, CNI update, please.
Hello, thank you. The 2021 Curriculum Instruction Committee is made up of Board Member Cuddle, Board Member Malspina, Board Member Wingfield, and I am the chair. Our first meeting was January 19th. It was a very robust meeting that we had. We actually had 4 presentations that evening, but I'm going to start off with the curriculum update. So what is in the packet for this evening are a curriculum update and 2 course proposals. One is the capital market course that I believe it was brought forth in the December meeting, but there were some concerns about the curriculum that board members made suggestions about things that could be added. So our STEM supervisor, Miss Bahudin, and the teacher worked to update the curriculum, and that is now on the agenda for tonight. 2 new courses will be marketing and biology and pop culture. Let's see. So of our 4 presentations that evening, I just going to give like the highlights of it. So we had an overview of Star Renaissance. Dr. Bean Folks and Ms. Bean attended our meeting. And I thought these presentations were really good primers of the various assessments that we do for our students. I'm hoping at some time later that the rest of the board can also participate in hearing these presentations, because I'm not going to do them justice, but I really think that you need to hear the speakovers and the details that were provided. But I'll start off real quickly with the Star Renaissance for English language. It's given 3 times a year. It's for grades 1 through 12. It's a quantitative assessment. It screens reading growth and progress. They're 30 minutes in length, and it's done independently. So no teacher is involved. It's the student working on the assessments on their own. We also had Teachers College, which is a one-on-one assessment with the teacher sitting side by side with the student. The teacher observes and questions the student. Once again, assessments are 3 times a year. These assessments for grades 3 to 8, students get assessed twice a year if they're on benchmark, and 3 times a year if they're below benchmark. And the question is, what do we do with these results? If the students are below benchmark, they work with the academic intervention teachers. If the intervention programs do not work, if we're not seeing progress, then these students will be considered for our INRS process. We also have Star Renaissance for math, which is for grades 3 to 8, and our Algebra 1 students, administered 3 times a year. It does not measure all content at the grade level. It doesn't give very specific details, but Ms. Bean was stating that it's still a good tool and assessment to use, and that it helps with the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment and preparing for that. So it's just one of many tools that the math department uses. Another presentation was around 6 to 8 ELA curriculum and also Teachers College. Dr. Bean Folks was very adamant that she was saying reading needs to be done daily, writing needs to be done daily. This is more making connections between the reader and the writer. It focuses on teachers giving feedback and not just grading. And the 3 questions that she found to be really important to ask students is, or for students to be considering, what am I learning today? Why am I learning this? And how will I learn it? How will I know I learned it? Principal Sanchez was also at our meeting, and he went over the program of study for Columbia High School. He's put together a document that's much easier for students to follow. He took some of the information that was previously in the student handbook and has made this program of study. It listed every course, every level. It talked about graduation requirements. It talked about the process of registering. It talked about the scheduling process. One item that the CNI committee really kind of delved into was there's a proposal about having a cutoff for AP classes, meaning I think the date was August 15th would be the date where that would be the last day a student can enroll in an AP course. That's the proposal. So the committee members, we had a lot of concerns about that. We don't want there to be barriers to students taking AP courses. We were thinking about students that move into our district over the summer. I was thinking of students who, maybe in June, they didn't think they could do AP, but over the summer, maybe they said, okay, this wouldn't be something that I tried. One of the reasons why, and Dr. Taylor touched on this earlier, one of the reasons why this cutoff is being proposed is that there are summer assignments for some of these AP courses, and the idea that some students may have the inability to complete those assignments before the start of school. So the committee did make some suggestions around how we can, let's not build barriers. Let's see if we can encourage students to take these courses. Dr. Friedman gave us an update on Atlas, which I believe we approved in either November or December. That would be the software that we're using to manage our curriculum, and also it would have a parent/family facing component to it. So parents and legal guardians will be able to go in and look at the curriculum. Let's see, I believe we're targeting a mid-March date for that, for all our curricula to be uploaded. And I think we're looking for April or May for that Atlas to be available for everyone. One other thing was Ms. Botner gave us an update on CIP, which is the course in progress grade. That was the grade that was part of our spring virtual learning process for, I believe it was for middle school students and high school students, where if they weren't able to complete their courses from the spring of 2020, they had up until December to complete that work and get it converted into, I believe it was either a pass or fail. We started out with about 1,400 CIP grades that by January 2021, it ended up being 746 CIP grades. These grades, there were multiple opportunities for teachers and counselors who reached out to the students to make sure that they converted those grades from CIP into a pass-fail. We then extended the deadline. I believe the original deadline was December 1st, and it was extended to, I believe, just before the winter break. So of those 746 students, or 746 grades, they ended up with being a grade of 60 at the end. Let's see. The last, two more items I have is we talked about the class rank policy, which came up in previous board meetings. We're still working on that policy. We did give some suggestions to Principal Sanchez. So we hope to be able to bring that policy back in the next month. And also with special services today, our grades 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, self-contained students came back in person, and we're continuing our OTPC speech and counseling virtually. And that is my report. Does anyone have questions? Sorry, that was kind of fast. Yes.
Yeah, board member Zubietta.
Thank you, Ms. Siders. I have a question regarding Star Renaissance.
Yes.
In the past, we've had difficulty complying with all the time periods in which students are supposed to have this assessment. And can you talk a little bit about how we're going to do better with that? And will some students be exempt because maybe they take the SAT or maybe they take the ACT? And who, what happens if parents want to opt their child out because they feel their child's being over-tested? So the question is really, who can opt in, who can opt out? How do we make sure that it's delivered at all?
Right. I think I'm going to have to, Dr. Friedman, I think that's going to be a question for you.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Siders.
Thank you.
Board Member Zubietta, I just want to overview quickly for time purposes. It's one data point. So if a parent wants to opt their child out, we can definitely discuss that. The biggest problem that we've had with STAR, really no fault of ours, is that it hasn't really, we haven't had the chance to implement it with full fidelity. When it was brought in several years ago, it was piloted, and then then we implemented a certain way, and then the pandemic hit. So we've really tried to implement it in 3 different iterations. When we get past the pandemic and we get back to regular process and procedure and a routine, I think we'll get a more consistent read on the STAR data. We like a lot of aspects of what STAR offers us, but like I said, it's one data point in a lot that we look at. So all I ask is that the board continues to give us some time. I understand that there are parental concerns about over-testing and things of that nature, but it is a nice diagnostic that we take a look at to determine where students are. But we'll continue to update the board on our progress with continuing to implement STAR with fidelity in the district.
Thank you so much for that overview.
All right, Board Member Malaspina.
Hi, 2 things briefly. Thank you so much for the update. I want to make a clarification that I was just moved to this committee, so I was not at the last meeting. So just for, I don't know if that needs to be said somewhere, just putting it out there. The second thing is, if I remember correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because it's now way past my bedtime, I thought at the CNI meeting, there was going to be a discussion around the kids that were struggling and failing during the first marking period. And now we're almost done with the second marking period. And I didn't hear anything in the report back. Was that discussed? Have we put in supports to help these children? Because we are almost at the end of second marking period, and I know that, we were waiting on a report that sort of detailed how many children had failed the first marking period and were struggling in distance learning.
That was not discussed at our CNI meeting. Dr. Friedman, do you have an update on that?
That was not discussed. I'm going to go back through our notes from November and December to see if, where we were with that. I mean, we can definitely bring that and put that on the February agenda to discuss that. We can collect some data to further discuss that at the February meeting.
I can just chime in there as well. And thank you for bringing that up, Board Member Malaspina. When talking in previous iterations with our previous board, some of the discussions that we had with the high school leadership team and analyzing the failure rates, it was noted that a disproportionate amount of the failures were with our freshman students, right? And so that was one of the reasons for bringing our freshmen back first in our phase-in approach, because some of them are lost. They went from 8th grade to 9th grade. The work is much more difficult. They have teachers who they hadn't met in person, et cetera. So that's why we had that priority for the 6th grade and 9th grade. But I do believe that the CHS team has provided us with some information. So we'll put it in your Friday packet with that breakdown. And again, it was a very robust committee meeting. I think it just slipped our mind, and we will share it. We do apologize.
Thank you.
Dr. Freeman?
Thank you for that. I just wanted, to note that it's not only just high school, it's middle school too. And our elementary kids, it's, they're struggling too. So if we're seeing failure rates, we should be looking at it throughout the entire district.
Well, and I just want to add, and notice the hand raise, by the way, I remembered. I just wanted to mention also, and like I said, for time purposes, we can discuss this much further, but we have things in place like academic intervention teachers, INRS, reading intervention, We implemented a program that Dr. Bean Folks is overseeing called Freckles, which goes in line with TC, so and STAR. So we have some things in place, and we'll expand upon that at the February meeting, or I can gladly talk to you offline as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands. So we'll now move on to Board Member Wright with Board Member Wright. You are muted, and then we lost your face. There you go. Face is back and sound is back. There we go.
Talking about, I'm struggling myself here. But I do have a question with the STAR Renaissance. Will there be any training to help teachers read data?
Absolutely, yes. I'm looking district-wide into having district-wide training for teachers, but that district-wide training will lead to building-level data meetings where we're going to drill down to giving the teachers support and analyzing and taking ownership over the specific data. But I'm working with supervisors and building-level principals and central office to make that happen.
Okay, also in the minutes we received, it says something in the ELA section about if interventions don't work, then consider special education. Is that correct?
In our minutes,
I can jump, Dr. Friedman, I can talk a little bit about that.
Go ahead.
I think Dr. Bean Folks was saying that we layer on all the different interventions that we have, including an INRS team meeting where they create an INRS plan, and that if all the interventions aren't working, one of the things that they can do is go to special services and see if that is a possibility. It's not a direct link to special education. There are plenty of things that we do way before we even consider it. But I think Dr. Bean Folks in her conversation with it did say that it is one of the things that we could possibly do.
Okay, the last question is, according to the minutes, 25% of the students don't come in on benchmark. What percent of the students of color make up this 25%? And if only 25% don't come in at benchmark, what are we going to do for them? Because we're not really addressing any needs in C&I right now. So what are we going to do? I don't know who's going to answer that.
Well, I think it goes back to what I said. We have the academic reading intervention. We have academic intervention teachers. We have some online supports that Dr. Bean Folks has been piloting and bringing into the district. But we're going to, we have INRS. We're continuing to look on a daily and weekly basis at the needs of the students. And I think it's it's an ongoing process. It's not just putting something in and it corrects itself. It's an ongoing process that we continue to look at things.
And Dr. Friedman, if I could just add to that, I do believe this year, because we knew there might be some deficits that we wouldn't normally see, we did work with our intervention and academic intervention teams and created them into district employees and not necessarily assigned to one building. So this is the first year where every student who requires academic intervention at this point is receiving reading intervention. So there are some groups, because we're virtual, we can do some groups where students are from different schools. So if one group is at a certain level, there's a teacher who could be seeing a student from Tuscan School, from Clinton School, and South Mountain and working with them together. So we were able to fill all the academic intervention teachers' schedules completely so that all of our students could get services, which is an amazing thing that hasn't happened necessarily. So now we're going to really start to see those academic intervention teachers as more of a district level employee than being assigned to one particular school, which has made a huge difference just to start with there. And there's plenty of other things that I know that we'll talk about with, we'll bring to you after hearing the questions that you have. But I think that was something that is pretty important to say.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Manny.
I just wanted first thank you, Aaron, for Board Member Cyrus for the update. I want to reiterate your wish to have some structure around those presentations. The 25% and 70 below benchmark, as Board Member Wright mentioned, it's very interesting in the Star Renaissance for that math program. The way it was described is that was scores in September predicting where those children would end at the end of the year. So it was testing kind of like what they're going to learn and how successful they're going to be in learning that. So there was other conversation around that, but I think having a better understanding of what those the commentary around those presentations to better educate all of us would be useful.
One thing I just want to add, if you don't mind, the context of those presentations. We met with the supervisors today. We meet with them every Monday, and we talked about this particular topic. We were talking about the presentations of Dr. Bean Folks and Miss Bean, and we said myself and Miss Bodnar are going to start working with the supervisors to get that content and those explanations to the website and to the parents and to the public, because I think it's important for it to go beyond not only the committee, but to the collective board and to the community as well. So much like we used to talk about, in November and October, November, December, when I first came on, what's the data tell us? What do we have in place? What are we doing? Is it working? And then, what are we doing if it's not working or it is working? So we're going to start to really, continue to work on that transparency piece of letting parents and legal guardians know, well, if we're giving Star Renaissance, what is Star Renaissance? What does it assess, and what's the data show us? And and go through the process with parents, because I think it's important to put those types of things out there for the community.
Just to add that regarding Star Renaissance, one thing that we did speak about in our committee meeting was the perspective that I gained that the 3 years that we've had Star Renaissance, every single year it's been differently implemented, by no fault of the district, but the first year was a pilot. It was done at the end of the year. The next year was a pandemic. So the first two cycles stopped, after January because we were not in person. And now this year we know where we are. So it's really hard to compare the efficiency and effectiveness of it when there really hasn't been a consistent implementation, at no fault of the district. Just an FYI.
May I add, the training teachers on STAR, on Rubicon, et cetera, but how are we addressing how to teach students of color? And that's really, really important now, because we haven't addressed the thing that we need to do in terms of bringing, children up to speed in CNI at this point. It's sort of been left off and sort of fell off the cliff.
I'm sure Ann wants to jump on this with all the cultural competency things that we've done and
I want her to jump on it too.
and the restorative practices and all those things that we did. We focused in previous years on elementary. Last year we focused on secondary. We're returning to elementary in preparation of the intentional integration. And I said it real fast because I know I can see Board Member Malaspina. She's starting to lose you a little bit. She's getting sick of hearing my voice here. Stay with me. I promise. It's the highest of priorities, right? And we haven't lost our commitment to it. It's just that this year, honestly, from the beginning of September, our focus has been on making sure everyone knew how to use Canvas very well. Like that was the crux of our opening. That was the focus of our PD, because without it, there wouldn't be a connection for any kids or any teachers. So we understand that there were some things that we couldn't focus in on as much as we had planned to, because our number one thing was Canvas, and making sure that the curriculum had been, woven in a way that it could be easily transmitted through this digital medium. So we definitely have invested in, and we still have these relationships to make sure that we're continuing to give that PD.
Well, I'm happy that Dr. Alegria and Dr. Perez will have something, I'm sure, to do with this, especially being women of color, to bring a lot to the table in guiding this. I'm just saying.
I'm trying to limit what I'm saying because I don't want to take up any more time.
Well, I'm not trying to limit.
Yeah, I've been talking too much this meeting, so I'll yield to the board president.
Can I ask Dr. Alegria and Dr. Perez, have you been involved in this at all, coming from where you are with working with Dr. Friedman to help? Dr. Alegria and Dr. Perez, are you here?
With regard to what, like some of the initiatives?
Yes, yes. Are you working with Dr. Friedman on these initiatives so we can get things going and see an eye to help our children of color in particular? I think you all have to work together. I think Dr. Perez is probably the center of this, being access and equity. So things are sort of revolving around that. And I spoke about it earlier. So are you guys involved?
Can you hear me?
Has your
Yes.
been asked for?
All right. Sorry about that. I couldn't. Sorry, board member, right? I couldn't.
It should be.
Oops. Sorry about that, board member.
It's going in and out.
I think we're frozen. I think we're frozen, but I would like an answer to that. Maybe we'll get back to it.
I was just
Dr.
say that sorry about that. I was just going to say we do work, board member, right? We do work closely together. I think as Dr. Taylor had mentioned earlier, a lot of our goals are shared goals. And so we do have the opportunity to work together. And we will continue our work together to ensure that we are working with the same goals, which are under access and equity. Dr. Perez's office, myself is intertwined in those goals, and so is Dr. Friedman. So we do continue to work together. We meet on a very frequent and consistent basis so that we are looking at some of the different initiatives that are coming out of each of our offices and making sure. So I just wanted to let you know that we are working together. We continue to work together. We have a lot of the same shared goals so that we are able to reinforce what each department and office is working on.
That's great. That's great. What do you know about the streamlining and authentic learning?
I don't think I muted it. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can say that for me.
Can I just ask for a pause just for 1 second? I just want to ask for just a quick pause. That we're moving away from the committee reports that we have in place, and I don't think it's appropriate for board members to be quizzing SLT members directly. I just want to make sure that we're staying to our norms when it comes to our board meetings. I don't want anyone to be put upon in a direct quizzing type of fashion. I don't think it's appropriate. I think that we should go through our committee reports with our committee leads and discuss those minutes as we have.
Color who need help and things of that nature. And we have a senior leadership team that I'm asking questions of, and that's my job as a board member, with all due respect.
With all due respect, I agree. With all due respect, but when when you ask a question and it's answered, things say, what do you know about this? What do you know about that? To me, it takes on a nature of an adversarial type of relationship. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sorry, maybe I asked the questions the wrong way. It's been a long time since I've been in the classroom, and I'm the kind of woman that cut to the chase. I don't beat around the bush with things. I'm just asking a question and trying to get an answer. That's all. If you want to know the answers, you have to ask the questions, and that's what I'm doing.
That's correct, Board Member Wright. And I think to the earlier part of the discussion,
Or Dr. You are the experts, and I'm trying to get your opinion to find out what you know so that we can move on. And if we had looked and managed the student population and been concerned about that, then maybe I wouldn't have had these questions.
okay, Board Member Wright, I think that, some of these questions are probably more relevant at the retreat as we go through discussing how we are trying to meet the district goals that do include ways to improve the results of the students of color within our district. Seeing I don't see any other questions, I'd like to turn it right back to you, Board Member Wright, for the finance report.
And don't be afraid to ask Board Member Wright any question that you want to ask. Good evening, everyone. I'm gonna try and get a little brevity out of this because I know everybody's tired and I don't have anything to do because I'm retired. But at any rate, we talked in depth about the Perkins audit and the revenue on the budgeting side, and which was the report given in our FFT meeting, and the same report you heard tonight. So I'm not going to go over that again. It was very detailed. It was a very detailed presentation from Mr. Roth, and I don't think we can sing his accolades enough in terms of what he's done. And we know how much he loves it, even though we kind of fall asleep sometimes as we do as he's doing these reports. But he's given us everything in detail and being very transparent, which is really important. I would, however, like to update you briefly on the two tech pieces, the phone system and the network infrastructure upgrade for the internet bandwidth. In terms of the phone system, we are in the process of upgrading the phone system with an anticipated completion date by President's Day weekend. It will be internet-based and will allow us to hopefully not have as many issues moving forward. In terms of the internet, we have a resolution tonight on the board to increase bandwidth and to begin the process of trying to be sure that we are okay to do all the streaming that needs to be done. Mr. Bonds, do you have anything else to add to this?
Oh, no, you put it succinctly. There's many parts to a network infrastructure, and the internet upgrade is a big component of that. That will not address all the issues that we have long-standing, but it is a core component that will help alleviate some of the concerns that we anticipated as going into hybrid learning.
Great. And before I leave and close up here, I just want to give a mad shout out to the FFT team, which includes Board Member Cuddle, Board Member Malaspina, Board Member Zubietta, Mr. Bonds, Dr. Taylor, and Mr. Roth. Y'all got me fired up. You got me lit. I've had so much fun with you guys. We've only had one meeting. I also want to give the major to the 41 people who joined us in that meeting the other night. It was fun. And look, we're trying to bring it to you live. And so we want you to come back on February 4th, which will be our next FFT meeting. But this time it'll be at 5 o'clock. Stay tuned and check things out. And I want to also thank Ms. That's what you do for a living and to reward it for. So that's all I have to say. That's all, folks. It's late.
Board members Manny and Malaspina, are these old hands? Not old hands. I'm not calling you old hands, but I see hands that are raised from before. I don't know if these are from current questions or if these are from the previous CNI discussion. So
this is a new question for me.
Okay, I'm just going to pause you for a second unless Board Member Manny does, because Board Member Manny was not on finance at that time. So I just want to make sure that question gets answered first, if in fact it is a real question.
It is a real question, but it's more about structure of the public meeting portion that I think we can bring up in new business.
Okay, Board Member Malaspina.
Two things. And now I wanted to address the fact that I will now be off of finance, so I will miss the committee. I am moving to CNI. But I wanted to thank Miss Wright as the chairperson for allowing the meeting to be open publicly. I heard a lot back from the community who really found it to be informative and open and transparent. And I personally hope that we look into ways to make it so that most of our committees, except possibly personnel, have at least a component of public meetings as part of it. Because I think it is so important, especially because, as we like to say, most of the work is done in committee. As for Ms. Wright, I think you forgot to add in the fact that we did discuss a little about the walkthroughs, what happened during the walkthrough process, and also a little about the long-term bonding. And I do want to note that in the walkthrough process, I had asked to go on the walkthroughs, and that Ms. Wright had agreed to it, but I was turned down by by Board President Joshua to accompany them on the walkthroughs.
And I appreciate you volunteering to do that job, Ms. Malaspina. And I know that you've had at least one of your shots, which would have sort of helped you out a little bit. But I really appreciate you volunteering to do that. Not many people would, and I thought it was important that we had a board member represented on those walkthroughs. And it's certainly within our parameter and what we do as a board.
Well, I guess I'll say I do have a question for you, Board Member Wright, but allow me to comment on this first. The decision I made at the time is based on the fact that I do believe there's a difference between the board member's right to walk through buildings and then board members supervising work of employees other than the superintendent. I perceived the idea of walking through with union members as well as with the NJEA third-party inspector to be a vision, not vision, but a version more of the latter, which is that inspecting the supervising the work of employees that are not the superintendent, which is why I said no. I do agree that there's an appropriate time for us to do walkthroughs in the buildings, and particularly as we get to the construction. I think it's very important for us, as we are about to start, when we start the construction, which is going to be my question for the committee, to have board members at their discretion, not every day, but to at least, walk through a site. So my construction is, and I don't know if this is for you or Mr. Roth, is where we are. I know the last December we were at the review process. I know we had been like 38 for code review, and we worked our way up to the top. And I know there was some back and forth going. I just want to know where we are. Are we close to bidding for, I believe Jefferson and Clinton were the first two projects up?
The last piece we're waiting for is the Department of Education to clear the last of the educational specification reviews. That's where the holdup is across the state of New Jersey. With the COVID shutdown, there was some layoffs plus retirements. Positions weren't refilled, and they have a very small number of people servicing Board of Educations across the state. And that's kind of where it is. So we were lucky enough to get on the table so they could begin putting comments on it, but they still didn't finish the review.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. We'll now go to Personnel, Board Member Manning.
Great, thank you. So let's pull up my notes. We had a great meeting with our HR director, Ms. Robinson, and Dr. Taylor. And this month we were joined by Monique Durant, our human resource coordinator, as the HR department takes turns coming to our meetings. Ms. Robinson reviewed the 504 process that the district has used. The 504s that were received over the summer and into the fall were held in abeyance as the district was all virtual. With the pending reopening and the changes to the employer regulations from the expiration of the COVID Relief Act, the district sent reminders to staff about the options for 504 accommodations. There was also information shared with employees about the various leave options available to them. All 504s were reviewed by the HR department and our legal counsel, and then the final decision was made by our district medical doctor. The goal was to follow the law as well as be consistent. You will notice in our resolutions tonight that our custodial supervisor is resigning. Administration is taking some time to redesign that role. The position was created a few years ago in an attempt by the administration to have more quality control over the cleaning and care of our buildings, given that our custodians were outsourced about 10 years ago. Given the added attention to our buildings due to COVID, as well as the pending construction, administration is taking some time to re-examine that role. You will also notice that we are hiring full-time sub-employees to support the contact tracing efforts and to limit transmission. Each elementary school has 2 and each middle school has 3. We also reviewed our new hire data and looked at trends the past 3 years. The committee had comments about how to make the report more actionable. This work is in support of goal number 4, recruiting, developing, and retaining a dynamic learning community, as well as adhering to our commitment to the OCR and the Black Bear Workshop settlement. We also discussed the implications of Governor Murphy's action to remove student growth objectives from teacher and staff evaluation scores. Administration did report that this year all staff created at least one, what's called an SGO, student growth objective, during their objective planning period. And administration will wait for additional information about how that work can be used going forward, even if it's not used in the evaluation score tabulation. We also have a brief negotiations update. We are forming the committee tonight, and then we will spend the next few weeks gathering feedback from administration and the board, and then we will hopefully be able to schedule a meeting with our SOMEA partners for end of February, beginning March. And that is all I have. Any questions?
Thank you, Board Member Manny. Board Member Malaspina, I see a hand. Is this a new hand?
No,
Nope.
that's an old hand. I am so sorry I didn't unhand myself. Or is that?
I'm not sure why I don't have the ability to do it. So that's why I'm going back and forth. I know I had it when we were back in exec, so maybe it's just a different thing. But okay, I guess Board Member Wright. You're muted, Board Member Wright.
Oh goodness, I'm gonna get this together sooner or later. Next year, I'm getting a C today. When you're talking about, we passed a resolution last month hiring a redistricting consultant. Is the work coming along? What's the status update on that hire?
I think that's probably policy committee. Is it okay if we hold the question till we get to policy committee?
Oh, okay.
Is that okay? Okay.
I just want to point out that Dr. Perez joined us as well at the Personnel Committee and did offer some input as well. So thanks, Dr. Perez.
I'm sorry, Dr. Perez. I didn't mean to leave you off.
Okay, I do not see any hands, so we will finish where we started with Board Member Siders and the Policy Committee update.
Okay, hello, thank you. This will be my last policy update. The 2021 Policy Committee, the chair is Susan Bergen. The members are Alyssa Malcina, Courtney Winsfield, and me. Our meeting was on January 13th. We spent a good portion of the meeting reviewing the policy process in terms of how does a policy make it to first read. So we talked about policies come from other committees, they get submitted to the policy committee, we discussed it in our meeting, and just the kind of secular steps that we take, that we review it, we put it up for first read. If there's questions, it comes, we resolve any questions, it comes up for second read. So I'm hoping that overview is something that we can save and share each year, because I thought it was a pretty good detail of what the process is. One of the items that we really started to delve into was policy management. We talked about creating a repository for our policies. We talked about we want to develop a process for reviewing policies on an ongoing basis. We want to make sure that we have a process that identifies policies that need to be reviewed, need to be updated, and it's something that we track yearly. Let's see, we also talked about SOMSD, which is our vendor that we use that helps us develop our policy manuals based on state and federal laws. We talked about District Online, which we approved, I believe it was in the November board meeting. That will be the SOMSD link that will be on our district website. Right now, we're in the process of converting our policies over to SOMSD, and we're hoping this will be available for use in February. We have two policies up for second read. One is policy 1642, which I believe is the earned sick leave policy. And the other policy is 1613, which is, I don't have the name for the policy. But those two policies are up tonight. There were just some minor some minor revisions made on those policies. And that's it. Any questions?
Dr. Taylor?
Just to answer Board Member Wright's question, when the board approved us to interact with the group that's assisting us with the algorithm for our intentional integration plan, is moving along well. We've given them not just our internal information, but also the district maps and the work that was done by the demographer previously. What you approved I believe it was last board meeting, it framed our interaction with them. And we should be getting back from them pretty soon to first look at the algorithm for the, it's getting a little bit late here, for the micro neighborhoods. Thank you. There was a question of if a district our size really needs micro neighborhoods, and they're going to give us their expertise at a couple of ways to cut that information, and we should be ready pretty soon to run some simulations of what it would look like for our algorithm to be applied to our incoming kindergartners, and we can show the board how tuning those variables can have different outcomes based on their work. Because not to get super geeky data technical, even though we love it, but how close is close to our community's demographics do we want to get, and what are some of the unintended consequences of doing that, right? Is it a 5% window or 10% window around each demographic area? And so we're getting close there, and we're also going to use that information to help shape some of your budget presentations that are coming forward around transportation, because depending on what this results in, it could impact our transportation budget.
Okay, Dr. Taylor, just to follow up on that, when we talk about those percentages, I want to make sure that those are percentages within the percentages. So for instance, if the district is, 30, or if our elementary school population is 30% Black, we're not looking at, if there's a 10% variable, we're not talking about 20% to 40%. We're really talking about 27% to 33%. So that variation is,
Plus or
it's
minus,
not going
right?
to be exact, right? But it'll
Yeah.
be within that. And that's just an example, right? It could be 5, whatever. Just want to make sure that's clear to me, the rest of the board, and public as well.
It could be a plus or minus 2, right? Where you're 2% on either side, right? So, but some of those are some of the tough questions that we have to answer. But we want you to be able to make make those decisions based on the probability of what it'll look like.
Board member Wright? You are muted, board member Wright.
I'm sorry. I have a question. I don't know if Dr. Taylor can answer this, or it may go to Mr. Roth, but when you're saying those kinds of things, I'm wondering, will Mr. Roth have to use broad assumptions in order to budget properly for transportation? Mr. Roth or Dr. Taylor?
Mr. Roth and I have spoken about that, right? We've spoken about not necessarily broad assumptions, not at all. We wouldn't want to do that, but we can make educated, hypotheses based on what's available. Because even when we start this work, you can't control for who's going to come in the door in August, who's going to come in the door in September, who's not expected, right? That part of, I actually had a parent reach out to me who is a rising kindergarten person trying to do all their registration now, but we're still registering kindergartners for right now, right? People are still coming in the door. And so we have to make sure that we understand that while we'll do our best to make it as exact as it can be, even when it's done, it's still going to have some variance based on the real live humans who join us after that is done. So we'll be able to make some estimates based on what we're going to do, and we're going to be able to apply the algorithm to our current kindergarten population, right? Because what we had done, part of our previous work with the previous board was a goal of having, by the end of June, everyone knows where they're going and also have orientations about where they're going too, right? So that's a part of this work that we're doing.
Okay, I believe that concludes our committee reports. Next up, I think it's now time for the action portion of the meeting. I hear voices, Dr. Taylor.
Board Member Cuddle has a report as well.
Sorry, Board Member Cuddle.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Thank you, President Joshua. In our commitment for reporting out as a member of the Essex County School Board Association meeting, I have our bi-monthly report for this month's meeting. I will be very brief. But for the community to be aware of our participation in these in the NJSBA Essex County School Board Association meeting. So the Essex County School Board Association meeting what happened on January 20th. This meeting was well attended by over 50 board members from across Essex County. The Essex County School Board Association meetings brings together opportunity from school board members in our neighboring districts across Essex County under an executive committee. And this meeting was primarily a discussion focused on COVID-19 vaccine in schools. There was a moderated panel discussion during this meeting that was moderated by Newark Board President and Essex County School Board Association President Josephine Garcia, and myself as a member of the Essex County School Board Association Executive Committee. During that panel discussion, we had esteemed guest speakers, including the CEO of Clara Mass Medical Center, their head MPH director for Latino Health. We had their head chief continuing care officer. We had their head pediatric allergist and immunologist. And we were also joined by Essex County Health Officer and our very own, give a shout out here to our very own Candace Davenport from our Maplewood Health Officer to really give it a full conversation for board members with NJSBA and allow opportunity for questions from board members from health officials on a larger public health, local, and county perspective. It was a really robust discussion. I don't have the time to be able to go into all the details, but some highlights of that meeting is that the medical health professionals in a really robust conversation did really stress in their opinion that board meetings, in their opinion, should be virtual versus being public in regards to health safety standards at this time. That was a really robust conversation. Again, and amongst board members, other parts of that conversation, COVID-19 vaccinations also included ensuring that across the county, school districts and board members understood where to get information and resources to share with the community and staff on everything from COVID-19 testing to getting vaccinations. We talked about the vaccination rollout, and as President Joshua has mentioned tonight, that our South Orange Maplewood board commitment and wanting to amplify, making sure that teachers could be on the list for vaccination and advocate for that. Several board members in other districts also shared similar concerns and expressed interest in that. We talked about different things that school districts are doing and board members to help kind of mitigate COVID-19 and getting support and supplies. And then there was also a robust resource share list that went out from Clara Mass Medical, from the county, and also our own local health department on a lot of these topics, best practices, vaccination and recommendation. I did share in a report with my fellow board members this information in an updated detailed report. And I don't know, Mr. Roth or Dr. Taylor, if the resource list that was perhaps shared would be something that would be considered for our potential COVID-19 resource page on our website or anything like that. I'll leave it up to your discretion to see if that information is also publicly available in many points, but this was put in one spot. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer them. The next Essex County School Board Association meeting will be in March, and we will continue to also update on a larger district level across the county updates on COVID-19. I do want to highlight one legislative report that we got from NJSBA during that meeting, which was in regards to the QSAC requirement we've spoken about before, that QSAC requirement, then the legislative, legislation did pass, and that we school districts are allowed to have a delay in their QSAC reporting. I know Dr. Taylor has previously gone into detail about that, and I'm not going to do that again. And another highlight would be in legislation was that there are about 7 or 8 diversity packages that went through the education committee on the state level and the legislature in regards to making a commitment to diversity in education and supporting teachers. Again, I'm happy to share any information that goes in greater detail that I don't have time to go through right now, but that concludes my Essex County report.
Any questions for Board Member Cottle? Board Member Manning?
I'm sorry, Board Member Cuddle, I did not see that email. I saw the email summary of the county, whatever the meeting you went to today was, but I didn't see the summary from the Essex County with the resources, so I might have missed it. If you could resend it, I would appreciate it.
I'll resend it out. Today's Monday, that probably was sent out probably maybe Thursday of last week, but I will definitely resend it to everyone. Sure. I know that sometimes things can get lost in the Gmail.
Especially Okay, I don't see any other hands, so I think we can now move on to the action portion of the meeting. Dr. Taylor, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you. I present to the board for consideration, resolutions 4094 through 4103.
Okay, I have a second.
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Manny. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll close discussion on the motion, and can we?
Okay, this is the roll call for resolution 4094 through 4103. Board Member Susan Bergen.
Yes.
Board Member Shannon Cuttle.
Yes.
Board Member Thayer Joshua.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Manny.
Yes.
Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Yes, I want to just note my recusals for I think I emailed you them, Paul, about Follett and Mackin, just because I have in the past done work for them. So that'll be a standing recusal moving forward. Just
have them noted. Thank you. Board Member Erin Siders.
Yes.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Yes.
Board Member Kamal Zubieta.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Okay, thank you. I believe we're now at is this the second public speaks or new business? I think it's second public speaks, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I did see some chats come in. Let's see.
I believe that we've been advised that even though these chats may be conversational, that we still have to read them into the record for Public Speaks, Open Public Meetings Act. So the last one I see here, we said Mr. Bonds was there. Is there an updated enrollment number more recent than October? That was the last Public Speaks from our Q&A. The next Public Speaks is from Eileen Pizzurro. The news about the lack of heat at Marshall is very troubling. You mentioned that you are looking at the boiler and making sure the building is warm enough and that there are contingencies. What are the contingencies and what happens if it's not fixed by Wednesday? Right now, we're not able to share those contingencies because there are a lot of moving parts there, but we will share them at the appropriate time. The next comment is from Aaron Solomon. Good evening. I'm wondering if any discussions have been had regarding the plan for fall regarding in-person instruction. If teachers are vaccinated with social distancing, will students still be required? It's probably too far in advance for us to answer that, but know that we are working very closely with our departments of health on our planning. The next one here is from Kelly Harris. Mr. Bonds, good evening. I registered online to speak. Do I just sit here on the WebEx? And Mr. Bonds responded privately with a private message on it, so I won't have to read that. The next one is from Abigail Murtaugh. Hi, Mr. Bonds. Do you know if people who signed up to speak live are included in the queue now? Mr. Bonds again responded privately, so I do not need to read that. The next one is from Allison D. Dr. Taylor, testing, although not perfect, is helpful and part of the Biden plan to reopen schools. It is typically covered by insurance or free. We can't change our old ventilation system, but shouldn't we do what we can and test? Why not? So I can read something for you here from Porter that is a part of our reopening talking points, that the CDC does not recommend universal testing of all students and staff, and the Department of Health for New Jersey concurs with that recommendation. The next comment is from Kelly Harris. It says, thank you for taking my comment. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Bonds. We're now shifting over. Mr. Bonds, is there anything else in our queue?
Not from the audio public speaks request. There is one comment from the written.
Thank you. Mr. President, do you want to read that or shall I?
Sure, I can read it. This is from Jane Bleasdale from Maplewood. Comment, please remind Dr. Taylor that board member Cuddle uses the pronouns they and them. Dr. Taylor referred to Cuddle twice with the incorrect pronoun tonight. I do not mean to embarrass anyone, but this is an important issue. LGBTQIA plus students have long felt disenfranchised in SOMSD, and this does not send a positive message. Representation matters. Thank you.
Ms. Blaisdell, you're not embarrassing me. I embarrassed myself, right? And I sent Board Member Cuddle a mortified apology. As I said, I'm talking too much, and it's not an excuse. So thank you for bringing that to our attention and being very surface. And I do apologize.
Okay. That concludes our second public speaks. I believe next is new business. I know Board Member Manny had something for new business.
Yes, thank you. So I would like to open a conversation about the February FFT meeting on January 21st, which was open to some of the community. I was most concerned about how the board or individual committees go about changing longstanding norms. As a board group, there should be discussion about norms and the reason related to our role as board members and the governance model. And then we as a group discuss changes to those norms. This is not about preventing change or being a roadblock to progress, but it is about providing an opportunity for a discussion of pros and cons so that we can make productive changes to our norms. I'm also concerned about the lack of notice and the perception that only a select group of community members were aware of the public portion of the meeting. The meeting was not noticed via School Board Net, so our regular board watchers or even board members would be aware of the public meeting. I did find the tweet from the district on the website, which appears to have gone out late Thursday morning of the meeting, but I don't think that's good precedent for building trust when the district does attempt to solicit feedback from the public. Past precedent has always favored a lead time to allow residents to participate, even in time-sensitive situations. And on this specific change to our norms, I am concerned that the spirit of the bylaw that allows for public participation has been misconstrued. The intent is clear. The public is invited when there's a specific issue or expertise that needs to be addressed. Committee members, committee meetings, assuming no quorum is present, committee meetings shall not be open to the public, except that a majority of the committee or the chairperson may open the meeting to the public or invite persons whose knowledge or expertise may be useful to the committee. The FTK did this when the administration was researching South Orange Village's proposal to apply for an SRO at the high school and middle schools after the gun incident at MMS. The committee not only organized a public forum, they noticed that public forum, invited all board members, and they invited experts to help the community understand not only the police point of view, but also the child development point of view. The purpose was to provide relevant information to the board members to be used in evaluating any recommendation from the administration and not a general, public space or ask random questions of the board. So that is what I would like to discuss.
Okay. Thank you, President. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Board Member Manny. Before I get to Miss Board Member Wright, I just wanted to actually, you know what? No, let me just go to Board Member Wright. As the president, I'm supposed to go last. So Board Member Wright, and then I lost the hand. So wait, hold on. Let me see. Okay, Board Member Wright.
The bottom line is that I am the chairperson, and it clearly states that you have the ability of not too long ago, communications committee, I had open meetings as the chair because it deemed appropriate because we didn't know how to communicate. We've had many things that have happened in this district in terms of finance and facility that people have been questioning, and the trust that we've lost as a board because of our dysfunction calls for us to be open and clear, especially now when we're trying to establish getting things right and making sure that people understand that we're open and transparent. When we had the issues with the filter, we still don't know what happened, and people are curious. And if you have a problem with us opening up the finance committee meeting and the facilities committee meeting, the technology committee meeting, then, you know, I'm really, really sorry if the communication sort of went a little haywire, but it was from the heart. You know, we wanted to get it done. I accepted the chairmanship at the very last minute. And I knew that being a chair, if I would ever be a chair, I would want things to be transparent and clear. And that's what I did. And I'll do it again for the next meeting because we've set precedent in our policies that says it's clear, not only our policy, but state policy. And so I'm adhering to that. And I will try and communicate a little better to my colleagues and to the community. Everybody knows that I'm not really as savvy as I need to be with technology, but we do have people around you, and that's what you do. You know, when you're surrounded by good people, you call on them to do good things. And I think this was a good thing. I think the 41 people who attended, which tell they're doing everything in the open. They're doing board member Manny. I mean, if we have, if we're sitting in meetings and we're watching as board members and we're looking at people applying for jobs with that oversight, I don't see the problem with that. I don't see the problem with the walkthrough. There are lots of things I don't see problems with, but we have to be transparent. You know, people want to know what we're doing. And again, I apologize to anybody who didn't know about it or didn't understand about it. And, you know, and I'm going to do a better job myself. You know, I can use a little improvement, you know, so I'll accept that. And I'll try and do better next time in terms of getting the word out. And I think that's the most important thing, is letting the community know, listen, they've invested in $160 million. And we have a board of school estimate that is invisible, totally invisible. They gave us permission to spend the money, but there's no oversight. Somebody has to do it. So why not our community, who has a lot of stakeholders who are very knowledgeable about finances and facilities and things of that nature? Why not? Does anybody else have a problem with that?
Well, I guess I have some questions and some comments. Thank you. And I do see Board Member Malsby. I just, as again, since I was not in the Finance Committee, I just wanted to get my point in first before I move on. I guess the one thing that struck me immediately as, and I guess it goes to your point, Board Member Wright, is that it didn't seem apparent from this jump that even all of the committee members knew that the meeting was going to be public. So when we talk about the communication, I think we need to start there. Secondly, we know that from I guess the insinuation, personally, as the former finance chair, is that we were not open and transparent. And I guess I do take a little bit of offense to that. I was pretty open and transparent during my 6 months as the committee chair. And then I guess my third point would be that the free-flowing nature of committee meetings allows for things that cannot be discussed in public to be discussed. And the minute we do go public with any committee, any meeting, right? You know, personnel, legal, security immediately go off the table. And the idea, particularly, not to go too deep into it, but particularly in a negotiation year, you know, personnel and finance need to really work together. And the idea that, you know, public meetings regarding where a committee meeting where you would like to discuss some aspects of negotiations that can't obviously be discussed in public does create a situation where we're either holding multiple meetings or abbreviating meetings that you know, defeat the purpose. So, you know, if we have 10 minutes of meeting in public and then you have to then go into closed session, even at a committee level, it doesn't necessarily seek to employ the transparency that we all desire. So I'll stop there. I saw Board Member Malaspina, and then I thought I saw Ms. Butler. I don't know if you were just waving or nothing. Okay, no, nothing. Okay, so Board Member Malaspina and then Board Member Bergen.
I have a few points to make on this one. One,
can we just narrow it to two and then we'll go back? I just want to give everybody a round.
I promise I would try to make it two. I think that the feedback we got was so great from so many people in the community thanking us for having an open and transparent meeting. That is not to say that your meetings weren't open and transparent. It's just that they were able to hear it. For, you know, Miss Maney always used to say at the beginning of when she would give her little speech during board meetings, that the committee was where everything happened, and that, you know, that's where the work was done. And here we are, we had a committee meeting. Miss Wright has the chairperson. It clearly states that she has the ability to do this. I don't understand why we would not want to be open and as transparent as possible. And I think we should continue this policy, and I think we should continue it in as many meetings as possible. We worked it out. We took security and all those things off. We went into closed session for a few minutes and discussed them, but we had a very good meeting. The community listened. They didn't really participate. They listened, but they gained some knowledge and understanding, and they felt like they were, you know, that they knew what was going on. I don't understand how we as a board can sit here when we all run on the idea of transparency and, you know, try to now say that we don't want to be as transparent as we possibly can.
I'm not sure that's what I said, but Board Member Bergen.
Thank you. I want to say that I share Board Member Manny's concerns about the lack of notice given to the full community and to members of the board who are on the committee. And I just looked at the policy, and I imagine it's on our spreadsheet of policies that need to be reviewed because it was last looked at in 2001. So it's many years overdue for review. So I'd like to look at what the, Strauss Esme current policy is on it and what other districts are doing and what the legal requirements are for committee meetings.
Thank you, Board Member Bergen. I do think that's prudent. I saw a hand from Board Member Cuddle.
Find the button. Sorry. Thank you, Board President Joshua. So to the point of Chairwoman Ms. Wright, it was a well-attended meeting. To Board Member Malaspina's point, she has relayed to FFT members before that it was after the meeting that there was feedback, though I can personally say I didn't get any feedback. I haven't heard from any community members, but I haven't got any emails to my board email in regards to that. So I take what Board Member Malaspina is saying. I guess, so a couple of things would be, one would be setting a framework. I'd like perhaps set this up as a discussion of the board, because I believe that, and also Board Member Manny's point in regards to past or present protocols and procedures, and not just notification, perhaps of communication to the wider community. I think we all know I'm a big proponent of making sure that our public notices get out. So, so for transparency's sake and for support, and the other side of this, the challenge is that if we as a board I don't want us to have our committee structure or to be complementing the work to move the district goals forward in support of Dr. Taylor, superintendent, and SLT. And what I would not want us to have happen is that we have individual islands almost that are operating kind of on their own structure or form that would impede that process, or perhaps not really lead to us being a board as a whole, right? We are 9 members that are board as a whole with vote and work with as a united front, one voice, right, for the community. In an instance, to say that we don't have our individual voices, but in efforts to put the goals forward for the district. And so for me, that's also a concern and something I really want us to stress to look at. There has to be perhaps an opportunity for us to maybe have a further discussion if we could add this, if President Joshua, Dr. Taylor, and board members feel relevant to propose that we put this on the agenda if there's room for our retreat for a discussion. But I do think that in the spirit of trying to be more transparent, that at the same time, we can impede our own process moving forward as a board as a whole that's united to work in tandem to support, which is our structure and purpose, is to do the policy, putting students first, and also the goal setting for the district in support of the superintendent. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I do know that, Chairwoman, that you did do, you very excited about this. I know it was really important to you, but I would like to see if we could maybe bring it to retreat and see how we can have a discussion on this as a board. So that's just what I propose.
Thank you, Board Member Cottle. Board Member Wakefield, and then we'll come back to Board Member Wright.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of new content to add other than I definitely appreciate the spirit of both transparency and innovation. And I really want to co-sign on what Board Member Cuttle just offered up, that it would be great to take some time to be able to study this and explore some of the potential unintended consequences that may come up as a result of this. And I would love to be able to put this on our agenda for the board retreat so that we can explore some of this together, and then ultimately be able to move with a unified front, whatever it is we decide to do.
All right, Board Member Wright, I know I said you, and then I'm going to go to Board Member Siders.
Why don't you go to Siders? I'll wait since I am the chair. I'll wait.
Thank you, Board Member Siders.
Hi. My main concern is that due to the limitations of quorum, having meetings with the public means that they know information that other board members don't know, that we can't attend these meetings as well. And maybe I'm the only one with that concern, but I have an issue with that.
Board Member Wright.
Well, you know what, Board Member Siders? That's been the story of my life for 7 years sitting on this board. Coming from the outside and looking in and not being informed about many activities and many things that the board has to do. As a matter of fact, this board operates completely in silos, and we have to stop that. We have to, I think one of the most important things, and I said this to my team, the FFT team, in a letter after our meeting, that the most important thing that our New Jersey School Board's representative said to us at our retreat was we have to act more as a team. And team building was very important. And this is a part of team building. I don't think anybody sitting in the horseshoe is on this call right now knows more about building a team than I do. And I say that without reservation because it's true. And we're trying to get together to get things done. And listen, I'm hearing everything that you've said because I know the mark of a good teammate is to listen. And I'm listening to your concerns, and you're concerned about not enough information coming out. You're making all happen before communicating and getting things done. But I thought also that it was important because we've all been receiving mail about what's going on with our facilities, especially what happened at Marshall School. We could have sent our kids over there and sitting in the classroom like sitting in a petri dish. And people want to know, and we still haven't gotten the answers that we need. And being transparent is one of the best things that we can do. And I ask our board attorney, but spark a lot of conversation.
I'm sorry, board member Wright, you were cutting in and out. Can you repeat that last, at least for me, I don't know if it was for anybody else. Can you repeat like the last sentence again, please?
I don't remember exactly what I said. I said the most important thing for me is transparency, is being open and transparent. And it seems that some people want to be open and some people want to be closed. And there was something to that effect. And I also said that I would like to hear from our board attorney.
Ms. Butler?
Obviously, there is no prohibition against having committee meetings in public, provided that your policy allows for it. There are certainly difficulties with regard to various issues that cannot be discussed in a public forum. And those, there would have to be a clear, delineation of those issues that cannot be discussed in public. For those issues that would not have to be, that could not be discussed in public, you would have to have a separate meeting, whether it would be you go into executive session, well, the committee version of executive session. It's not a true executive session, but you would be away from the public, or you would have to have a second meeting. But it can be done. But my recommendation is that if it's going to be done, it's done based upon a discussion of board members so that you guys can come up with standard parameters to implement in the event that other committees are going to consider doing this. But it definitely should be something that is not left to the planning of individuals.
When you say of individuals, what do you mean? The planning?
Just that everybody should be using the same process and be subject to the same practices. So you're all working under the same set of I don't want to say rules, but that you're all doing things consistently.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we did retire into closed session to discuss personnel, legal, and security. So that was all taken care of and handled. There was a lot of things to handle to make this happen. And as I said, I apologize to my colleagues who felt disenfranchised. I mean, I don't sit around waiting for what's going on other committees. Maybe I wasn't thinking in the same vein you guys do. I look at your committee minutes when you send them out because I trust that you're going to do what you need to do. And if not, I will question it. And that's how I deal with it. But I think that one of the most important things that we can do as a 9-member board is be transparent. And we talk about it, but we don't walk about it. We don't do the walk. We do the talk, but we don't do the walk. And when we're walking it, we begin to talk in another direction. So clearly everybody got together and decided that this was something that really, really bothered them. And I want to know at the end of the day, when it was all over, what was the harm? If I hurt anybody's feelings, you know, I apologize. I'm really, really sorry if I hurt your feelings, because I decided to do what I needed to do as the chair of my committee. You know, I mean, I don't know of any other committee that's being admonished or whatever, and talking about leapfrog and protocol. I could talk a lot about that, but I'm not, because those things are for inside and not outside. But I could say a lot, and maybe I will.
Board Member Cottle?
Sorry, it's late in my.
It's okay. Just talk. We can skip the formalities.
So I guess Ms. Butler, I guess for me the additional question is that, so if we have, if this needs to go to the retreat, and I guess the other question is that, so if we have, what do we do to ensure not just confidentiality and privacy on personnel and security measures and the like, but because if we were to have, it's not a meeting in public with public speak, so how do we handle the chat and the dialogue and be able to respond as a committee? Are we like, can we respond as a committee? Because it's not a dialogue, they're just there observing. So then how do you communicate back? Would it be us collecting like the questions, and can then like we as a committee respond back? Or, I mean, I don't know if this is something, I mean, because that's I guess looking at our chat right now, and I'm thinking of this happening in real time. So during our FFT meeting, we had a robust conversation, and it was really lively, and the chairwoman got a lot of great responses and people engaged. So how would we be able to respond in a way that would fit within your parameters you're discussing?
Just making sure, yes, my mute button wasn't pushed. The purpose of having a public committee meeting is similar to the purpose in having a public board meeting, which is to be discussing in public, but not necessarily to be interacting with the public. There are certainly instances where it may be beneficial to bring somebody in to discuss with the committee who has a particular area of expertise. That's a situation where there would be discussion from someone other than one of the committee members. But
I'm sorry for interjecting and interrupting you, but to clarify, just so there's clarification on that, what you mean is by like a special presenter is coming in to talk about like a special topic, or an expert in the field that could lead us into a greater dive into a conversation or something similar.
yes, that's what I'm referring to. Not just, John Smith, who has experience in this, is there as an attendee of the meeting, but someone who is invited by the committee to come in and provide very specific targeted information relevant to an issue that is before the committee for discussion. But it is not anticipated that public committee meetings are interactive between the members of the public and the members of the committee. So if there's any unclarity about that, that's certainly something that we would need to be discussing in order to make sure that there are uniform expectations in the event committee meetings are conducted in a public manner. Does that answer your question, Board Member Cottle?
Yeah, so the additional reason for that is, I think everybody here knows I like to share resources. So when people ask for have a question or need some support, I know I myself am always wanting to make sure people get what they need. So in a committee structure like that, I wasn't really sure how to be able to best respond like that if in that type of channel and what that might mean. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member Wright.
Ms. Butler, to your point, you're absolutely right. We have several different scenarios on how we can hold open public meetings. We can actually have committee members. I guess much like your task force. I don't know what happened to them, but the pandemic task force where we had over 100 members. I don't know who they were, but this is certainly time that we need to hear from the task force. I haven't heard anything. I don't know where that is. But when I did the communications committee, I invited people in to talk to us, to tell us how to better communicate. As a matter of fact, the two people that I invited had just won the BAMI Award, a national award for communication. It was Miss Malina and the current vice principal, Miss Butler at South Lawrence Middle School, who came in and did a heck of a job and letting us know the kinds of things that we could do, how we could do it. And it actually led to our first town hall meeting that was sponsored by the communications committee. And everybody was excited about it. We went to different schools because people couldn't come out. So we went into Seth Boyden for parents who could come out in the evening, as opposed to having an afternoon meeting where everybody was meeting, getting things done. So we went around to different places to make sure that everybody could gather in. This is just an onset or offshoot to that same kind of thing, to make people feel, when you have people feeling they're a part of something and that they can buy in, it's something special. I felt the energy. I don't know about my team, but I know I felt the energy as a team member, not only being excited about getting this project done, because I'm so excited about getting these schools taken care of in our buildings. And what better excitement than to have the people who are actually paying for it being involved in it. And if it didn't include some of your friends or your people, you could have, anybody can step in and watch a meeting online if you really want to know what's going on. And if you would like for me to send out my committee agenda to all 9 people on the board, I can certainly do that. And maybe we should all be doing that, as a matter of fact. It would certainly help. So we can all become a board team. Why don't we just call ourselves team board? And let's stop operating in these little silos like we're in high school. Sometimes I feel like I'm in the land of Oz. So let's get it right. Let's get it together. And again, I apologize to all of you who felt a certain kind of way and got all in your feelings. I'm all in mine too. But my feelings.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Yeah.
Thank you. Board Member Manny.
Yeah,
Member Manny.
This is not about feelings. This is not about, people not being, included in the inner circle. This is about protocol and how we have operated. If 99% of the boards don't have public attend their committee meetings, there must be something the other boards are doing. And the implication that that somehow it's more transparent, I don't think that's necessarily the case when we're trying to report out in our public meetings the work against goals. So if we can table this and have a more robust discussion at the retreat, I would appreciate that.
Thank you.
But that would be important if we were like other boards. We are not. Other boards don't have to do this because they don't have the issues that we have. So let's be clear.
Well, I also.
Go ahead, Board Member Manny. Last word.
I mean, just the last word is last year we tried to do committees of the whole and we got no, support from any other board member, right? So.
Thank you. I'm going to close discussion on new business unless there's any other new business anyone wants to bring up. Okay. Since we are no more new business, I believe it's now time for me to read the following. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Monday, February 8th, 2021 at 7:00 p.m. utilizing online video conference platform for a board retreat to receive board training on the superintendent evaluation process, provide an update towards the progress of district goals and other matters that may be announced at a later date. Action may be taken. And then the Board of Education will meet in closed session on Monday, February 22nd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. via the online video conference platform to discuss personnel legal issues, negotiations, other matters to be announced at a later date. I'll also caveat here that there's a possibility that some of us may meet in person depending on legal guidance and word from our health officer. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session at 7:30 p.m. using the online video conference platform. And again, the possibility that some of us may meet in person depending on guidance from legal and our health officer. Action will be taken. Do I need a second on that? I'm not sure. Do I need a second?
Yes.
Yes, I need a second. Can I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Wright. All in favor? Aye. Yes. Okay, it is now 11:54 p.m. on January 25th. And with that, I thank you all for participating. Have a wonderful evening. Most importantly, stay safe. Thank you all. Have a wonderful